I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is May 27th. Y'all, it's getting ready to be June. Everything is speeding up. We have a great show planned for you. I know last week we took a break. That was on me, y'all. Busy. Plus, in my defense, so what had happened was, and Brother Sean will laugh when he comes on, because here in Ohio, and I think it's across the country, we just straight didn't have a spring, y'all. We literally went to bed with frost, and y'all know I'm a gardener. So my indoor seeds, my tomato plant was like up to here. My basil was up to here because they was ready to go outside. So we went to bed. It was freezing. Then that next Monday, it was like straight summer, y'all. You talking 80 degrees, just skipped all past spring. So I'm like, oh my God, I got to get my stuff in the ground. So I'm hustling, trying to get all of these plants in the ground at one time. Allergies acted up. I was swollen up, just a hot mess, y'all. So anyhow, it was a busy week last week. So welcome back. We are on part 29 of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. So if you have not joined us for this series, you can go back to the first episode, and we started off this series with a study that was conducted by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. So we read through the entire study. They showed in that particular study, because they used participants in that study, the power of consciousness, meaning your thought process, how you can create things. They actually measured people in the creation process by thinking, and they put it under infrared light and actually showed a hologram of that person's thought process creating what they were thinking. And as a participant was creating, they purposely interrupted their thought. And under that infrared light, that hologram, they saw it when they interrupted them, shatter, break up into pieces. And so when they zoomed in on those little pieces, even those little pieces still had what they were trying to create in it. So that is a huge leap. That's huge confirmation for those that does the esoteric and in the spiritual perspective, telling you that you literally create your own reality with your thoughts. That the creation process for physical starts in the mind first, in consciousness. So that was just one thing. And then also in that study, they went into, my butt trying to remember, what else did they go into? Oh, the concept of time, how we think of it in a linear perspective, meaning past, present, and future, does not really exist. Everything is really in the now. And based on what frequency you're on is which box you can see. Okay. So I highly recommend, if this is your first time looking at the series, you can go back to the first one, even if it's nothing but to get that particular study done by the Alphabet Boys, to read over it. So we were going to end the series there. And then Brother Sean brought in some supplemental material. Child, this lady laid this out. It's called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. You can actually get it on PDF. You can Google it and get it on PDF. She is purposely giving it away for free. And you can get the book on Amazon. I just like to support authors, so I bought it. And you can also buy it on Amazon. So in this particular book, she took various ancient texts to put together this book. And in here, she talks about how the Anunnaki came to planet Earth 450,000 years ago. I'm saying to colonize. That's not what she say, that's what I'm saying. To colonize. But when they came to the planet, it was already indigenous people on the planet. So a very good book. She goes into how all of these particular systems that we see today, from religion to politics, even from a social standpoint, has root in the Anunnaki and their colonization, and then other beings as well coming to planet Earth. So now we're in, and thanks to Sis Tressie, shout out to Sis Tressie. She sent me, and I have been looking for this for a long time. I had it about 4 or 5 years ago, lost it because it's out of print, called Terra Papers. And so that is going over the creation story. All right. So that's what we're finishing up this series on. And it talks about the Galactic War that went on prior to the beings coming to Mother Earth to colonize. All right. So Very, very interesting read. We're also learning in this text as well. We're tying back a lot of the social aspects that we see today. Definitely the religion. I mean, no doubt about the religion, where the origins of religion come from. And it was interesting. That was in her book when she talks about Christianity and that whole notion of, love thy neighbor, turn the other cheek. I think that those people were called Lycra or Lyra. Brother Sean will know. And how those particular beings, that's what they were called, and that was their philosophy, and they got wiped out of existence because of that philosophy. So we are going to, I'm going to bring on my co-host, but before I do that, I want to send a shout out to the chat. Shout out to my son, Scotty, always early in the house. Shout out to Brother Orlando. It's good to see you. Shout out to Sis Raz. She's so humble. I chop it up with her during the week on Instagram. Highly, highly intelligent sister. She's just so humble. I'm like, well, why don't you ever call in, put something on it, or put what you want to say in the chat? But anyway, shout out to Sis. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to Stephanie. Welcome. And shout out to Black Pearl, Sis Black Pearl. Shout out to Indigenous American. Who else am I missing? I think I got everybody. Hey, shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Jay Rish. And shout out to Clarence. And then shout out to everybody in YouTube land. All right. So let me bring on, wrong button, my co-host. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay. Sis, you can unmute yourself. Let's try this again. Sis, you can, okay, there you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda and Brother Sean.
How are you?
Oh, I got a headache right now, but I'm going to get there.
I hear you, girl. I so hear you. Well, it's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours as well.
Yeah, we got somewhat of a break last week. Girl, I was toe up from the flow up.
Well, that was so surprising, but I had so much to say now, I don't know what it was.
Doggone it, girl. You know you got to write it down. And I be the main one talking mess and forgot what I wanted to say. That's why I started doing those podcasts, because I be having so much I want to get out. I'm like, you know what? You just need to do podcasts during the week. So, but good to hear your voice, sis.
Thank you.
All right, let me bring on. Oh, Brother Sean, you unmuted. I must have unmuted you. Peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Hanging in there. I'm still a little raggedy. With this, yeah, this weather keeps switching up on us, and child.
Hey, Sis Sandra.
Hey, Brother Sean.
How you?
I'm good. I'm getting there.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Thank you. How about yourself?
I'm good.
Good.
It's all good. Why not be good?
I know it's right.
Indeed.
It's all good.
Oh.
Okay, so we're gonna start. Go ahead on with the fuckery. So, sis, we'll start with you, Sis Sandra. You have anything?
Oh, I have quite a bit.
You should have some backed up from last week.
Really?
Right.
You know, this is off the point, but today I was watching a game show. What is it? Not Wheel of Fortune. Whatever.
Price is Right.
No, the other one before that. With whatever. Jonathan and the other guy. Oh, all of a sudden, it just left my
yeah. Let's make a deal. Okay.
Let's make a deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this girl was super, super, super pregnant. And, the host asked her, what's the name? Because he always tries to get Wayne Brady. He always tries to get people to, name their babies after him. She said, I think she said the name was Lioness. And he said, oh, that means king. I think that's what he said. I said, what? And then he said, what's the middle name? She kind of looked kind of sheepy, but she said, Inky.
Girls, wait a minute. Sis, don't start now. Shit. I done had a long day. Went downtown. I'm itching. I feel my nose is running. Child. She say what now?
He said Inky. She's about ready to burst, honey. She was standing up there just big as you please. He asked when it was due, and she said, any minute. Yes. And he said, you hear this game show? Well, good for you, And that's what she said.
Who the hell names they baby that? Unless you know something about that.
Exactly. And, Wayne didn't pretend like he didn't know. He just
know goddamn well he know. He probably got a shrine in the back to Inky Binky Linky them.
I know it. I said, did I hear right? I didn't hear that right. Did I? I was like, okay, you didn't hear that. You really didn't hear that. But that's what he said.
And you was meant to hear that. Right?
Know. Oh, look. And you know who she looked like? She looks like the Kardashian line.
Them hoes. But anyway.
But that bloodline of, what is it?
Armenian, right? Aren't they Armenian?
Yeah, Armenians, the ones that were slaughtered, and Biden recognized their slaughter, and he didn't recognize the American Indians getting slaughtered. But yeah, that's what she said.
Them culture vulture hoes. But anyhow. Yeah, anywho.
They gotta show everything that they don't need to show. Yeah. But so let that being said, that what was the other one I was going to talk about? Oh, the hoochie coochie. Enhancements, prices paid to enhance the normal, and Fauci is probably on the run, because they found the connection to the enhancement out of his purse. And so Ron Paul was talking to him and asked him about paying the money to enhance the hoochie coochie problems, the source. I'm trying to code it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like squinting in, because I'm trying to decipher your code. Because I saw it, and I was in passing because I was busy, so I didn't get to catch the whole thing. But I think it was NBC, the Today Show. If I'm not mistaken, they had on the air talking about Wuhan, and I think they were talking about that the conspiracy theorists.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they are, but Fauci does have a association to that, and so does Obama. And
that's what they claim is all false.
Yeah,
they claim it's false, but it was interesting because, again, I was in passing. I didn't see the whole thing, but I was shocked that they even talked about what conspiracy theorists were saying, that it came out of China.
Exactly.
And specifically out of Wuhan. And I'm like, wow. So I'll have to go back and listen to the story in its entirety. I was just shocked that they even put that out, because I want to say, is it Japan? Yeah, it's Japan. Because, the Olympics is supposed to be hosted this. Yeah, I thought it was, it's Japan.
I thought it was China.
No, because China had their turn already.
Was it Korea?
Let me see who's hosting. I could have sworn. Let's just check right. Who is hosting the Olympics?
I don't pay no attention because I don't watch the sports. I don't even watch.
I don't either. Although I do like the little track. Tokyo.
Japan.
Okay, yeah. So it's Japan, and they're saying that they have a high level of rona.
Well, rona, has had some
It's
help.
back on this surge. Oh, let me unmute Brother Scotty. So my thing is, how you finna have that when your numbers is supposedly and allegedly respiking?
Well, my governor is trying to open the state up on June 15th. And I'm thinking to myself, what's the difference between June or May 27th or May 26th and June 15th? If the virus got a time clock or something?
Right, because they're opening back up Ohio. When is it? It's the 2nd, isn't it, Sean? Yeah, it's the 2nd. Although folks doing pretty much what they want to do. Brother Scotty, you should be able to unmute yourself. Although folks are doing what they want to do anyway.
Yeah, because I can't tell.
Yeah, I can't tell. I had to go downtown today for work. We had a meeting in the office just because, and I couldn't tell. Although it was not, in folks' defense, it wasn't crowded, but I didn't see people really, masked up or anything. So, child, I don't know. And even when I'm like out or whatever, people really don't have their mask on like that. They only have them on when they have to go into stores or whatever, because they're making it mandatory.
Well, I have one in my hand when I go through in the store, and if they don't say nothing, it stays in my hand.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people been doing.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of people been doing. So yeah,
the micro sizes of those masks is absolutely useless to a virus because the virus gets through.
Right, you have to buy one of them in what's-a-faces one, and them son of a bees so hot. I have one. Child, you will pass the mess out wearing that thing all the time and break out or whatever. But
so he the one who's responsible for financing it allegedly sold his Washington condo or home and bought him 3 houses, one in Panama, one in UK, and the other one in Argentina. You know that Argentina were the twin experiments where the paperclip folks,
yeah, Argentina has a lot of history with some dramatization going on.
Going to where the paperclip folks went to all those experiments and stuff. I said, you kind of linking up with the kid, huh? So yeah, so that's what they're doing. He's doing. They're worried about him fleeing, but they got snatch and grabs, anytime they wanna. So he can go and hide under a rock like Saddam Hussein did. And if they want you to go, find you under the rock.
He ain't going.
No, he ain't going. They already got him, I'm sure. It's just the drama they're showing to us right now.
Yeah, like they always do. They got to put their little theater up there.
Well, they say it's to make people wake up, but
yeah.
I heard a relative say to me that Trump is trying to find some bamboo. I said,
what?
I said, what?
Y'all got plenty of bamboo in Cali.
No, but I'm just like, what are you talking about? She said, all that stuff you're talking about and the kids and all that kind of stuff, that's not true. That's not true. Trump is just trying to find some bamboo or something. That's what they said. I said, this.
You literally mean the plant. You mean the plant bamboo that the pandas eat, right?
That's what bamboo is to me. And I said, you know what? That don't even make any sense.
In other words, she said, He crazy. She's saying he crazy.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what the hell that plant got to do with it? Or that wood? I don't know if bamboo is technically a wood.
I said, if I took it literally myself. I said,
I would have too, girl. I wouldn't have been here.
Well, I mean, why would he want to do something like that? If it doesn't make sense, it's not true. Because she's saying that he's not telling the truth, and she'd go, it's that brainwashing that they have, from the Tavistock Institute.
Mm-hmm.
And all these people who are brainwashing the people who watched MSM all day long, and and they're, all these shootings, I'm sure, is related to. They said somebody tipped it out as they related to the hoochie coochie. That is skinny. They're already turned it on some people to get them to do stuff.
But in that defense, those shootings were kind of going on.
Yeah.
Before that, but the interesting thing about it, and I'm glad you brought that up. Those particular shootings, it seems to happen at the same time across the country.
Exactly.
And that was before all of this other Rona drama.
Well, when Obama was in office, it was up real high. They had riots and all kinds of demonstrations and shootings. And remember that? The little boy was standing on the corner, and the sheriff rolled up on him and shot him and killed him. And I forget his name, forgive me, but he ended up, when I was reading the history about him, he had already sued the police and won. And so when the sheriff rolled up on him, he shot him, said he was the one who robbed the store around in the thing. So, and then there was the other one where the young boy was riding his bicycle. He saw the police and he went another way. They pursued him, and to me, as a medical professional, his neck was broke when they were putting him back in that van. But they said he wasn't strapped down in the van, and he broke his neck and all that kind of stuff while they would transport him.
And my thing about all of that, number one, it's trauma porn.
Yeah, it is.
It's definitely trauma porn.
Fear porn too.
And number two, propaganda. So, and I guess you can put those two together, trauma porn and propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
But they do that not just to put out a narrative, but it's a form of conditioning. It's most certainly a form of conditioning.
Feeding.
Exactly. It's feeding. Exactly. And you can just watch the masses. Huh?
I was just going to say, yeah, because not only does that fear create the narrative and get your energy low, it also helps play into the whole biological warfare of like fear is just naturally going to bring your immune system down.
Absolutely.
And so that's with any of these viruses. They can create it, but your body got to be susceptible to it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They gotta scare you enough that your body accepts it.
Absolutely.
But they eating good off that fear.
Yeah, they are.
Feeding. It's a feeding frenzy.
It is.
And our people are really kind of emotional folks. And my son he moved to Georgia. He said they in line in Georgia for that hoochie coochie. I said they need to turn that TV off. Because, all the advertising is showing that we are happy to receive the hoochie coochie. And I'm like, okay, what is this problem? Then trying to, Ohio, trying to pay. And a relative of mine called me up about the lady who invented it. She said that it's okay. I said, you just go right ahead and do that if you want to.
Child,
go ahead. I have enough science in me, because I have a degree, to know what is and what isn't. And so if you don't want to trust me and trust that chick who's making money off of you, And I'm sure she's making millions and I'm not making a dime.
And my whole thing is, it's number one, it's not your job to convince them of anything. None of our job to convince them of anything. If they're too lazy to look up the ingredients and what's in that and to look at alternative stuff, I can't care more about their body than they do.
It's 99% curable with the stuff you use and not with the stuff they using on you.
Again, if they don't care more about their body than to look up information on their own, that's on them. And all of the, and see, when we get on the air and we talk about consent, that's the shit that we're talking about. Because people want to whine and complain, they doing this, they doing that, but you're consenting to it.
Exactly. Just for a dime. Convenience.
And then there's so many like everywhere. So I recently had to go to my doctor because I was like, oh my God, my throat was going on, and I found out I had strep throat. I've never had strep throat before ever in my life. So I was like paranoid, what's going on? But they asking me, are you fully vaccinated?
You knew that was coming.
Vaccine? I'm like, oh my God. So then anyway, I go to fulfill my prescription at CVS, and they're asking once I'm checking out, do you want to?
No.
I'm like, no, thank you. And then I get in my car and I'm getting notifications from Uber again. Now they didn't raise the price, raise the discount. That's the thing. It's so many incentives for this vaccine. I have never seen so many incentives.
Yeah,
you can win the lotto. You can get a free
Ohio
Uber drive.
Yeah. Ohio just did the first drawing for the $1 million yesterday and the scholarship. So they have 4 more to go. And it did raise the numbers because prior to that lottery, it was at 35%. Now they said, and that's statewide, now they said it's at 47. And I saw on Today show that the goal for all of the states is 70%. They want 70% of the population.
They need to go look at them Georgia Guidestones and what it's.
Folks don't care nothing
People
about.
don't care about
They
that.
don't care about none of that.
And now they're getting a little too aggressive. Are you fully vaccinated? Only fully vaccinated people can come out and party. I only want to be around fully vaccinated people.
Right, like they hurt your feelings now. It's like, okay, so you go, wait, let me get this straight. You finna threaten me to take my money? Oh, you messing with the wrong one.
I don't even want to be around y'all because I'm starting to like some people that I done been around. I start getting nauseous a little bit. Like when I'm around y'all, I'm like, is this vaccine like coming out? Is it affecting me through y'all? Because like y'all don't want to be around me. Maybe I don't want to be around y'all. Y'all the ones walking around with these little nanobots and y'all like making me nauseous.
Child. Supposedly and allegedly. Because you two would be the main one slapping something on my shit. But, yeah, I mean, people don't care about that. It is what it is. And that's why I go back and I say it's by consent. I can't be more concerned about what people put in their body than they are. That is their right to listen to whomever they choose to listen to. That's their right. So it is what it is, just like it's our right to not put it in our body. So, I mean, it should not surprise us that the majority are going with that because majority believes whatever narrative that they put out. So it is what it is at this point. So.
But how do we even know that the majority are taking it?
That's true.
That might just be more propaganda.
It might be. It might be.
Yeah, because I never really believe these numbers they be putting out. Like, I mean, the numbers also is like a propaganda too. It's like a symbol, it's like image. Like, oh yeah, if I see 70, then you will put it in their mind. We got to get 70. You got to get 70. Da 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 da. It's like it's so much programming just to get you on board with this. It's like, and people don't even see, like, have you ever seen so much marketing and propaganda and just commercials and just free shit from the government ever in your life?
Just the fact that they're offering it for free.
It's bad.
I'm side-eyeing like, okay. Then.
What do they give you free?
Nothing.
Nothing. And they trying to bankrupt the country with the stimulus package.
Well, trying to, it was already bankrupt. But honey, it's been done. It's done.
I know it.
And they still printing up money, but that's a whole nother story. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is at this point. We know what time it is. It's interesting because here they have the federal law HIPAA, which means you can't ask nobody about their personal health business. It's illegal. So companies, baby, they tap dancing around that question about did you get that shot?
Oh, yes. Hold on. My job sent me out a survey asking, like, we're just sending this out to see, we're thinking about, in the future coming back to the office, and we just, want to get...
A lot of people got that survey. Yeah, a lot of companies are doing that. Everybody
I did not choose to respond.
Right.
I'm sorry. Y'all not going to know either way. What's the big deal?
Because it's none of your business.
Exactly. None.
Exactly. None of your business. So yeah, they trying to find different ways to find out who hasn't. But in companies' defense, the majority of them, and it's for financial reasons as well, as it always is, they're just choosing not to send people back to work. As far as being in the offices stacked on top of each other, which they never should have been in the first damn place.
And they stack them in them airplanes with masks on, and those masks.
They so hypocritical. They are so hypocritical.
Made sense to me.
So hypocritical. How you gonna tell me that I got to stand in the TSA line 6 feet apart, but yet I get on the plane and you got us squazzed in there like sardines? Because I thought they still had the seats where it was like the middle seat was open. And they're like, oh, no, they went out the door. I'm like, wait a minute. You means to tell me I have to stand in the TSA line 6 feet apart. But yet when I get on the plane, we all 3 seats in a row.
And strangers falling asleep on you.
It's just the hypocritical. It's beyond hypocritical.
It's just so fake.
It is very much so fake. It's very much so fake.
You wearing 2 and 3 masks and you can't even breathe. Give me a break. How long you gonna live with that? I mean,
until they throw out the next thing, because that's the thing. They just want to see how stupid people are. It's like, contradictory things can we give out to y'all and have them yo-yo back and forth? Then we can really gauge how much control we got over them. Right. They just go for the dumb shit real easy.
Right.
There's some people who take the hoochie coochie can't even read what's in the back.
That's their business.
They just gonna pray. I done seen so many messages. I know y'all talking about I shouldn't take them in, and the government don't do nothing for black people in this, but I just put it in the hands of my Lord, and that's it.
Well, that's between them and the Lord. I mean, really, that's between them and the Lord. But I don't know about other states, but Brother Sean, you let me know what you think. But what I'm seeing here, people that are taking them are taking it. Are older people, which they be the last ones who little immune system can take it. But all right.
You know, the science doesn't even support what he said. I got the book on it. Right on immunology. I was reading immunology. It does not support what he's saying.
They don't care nothing about that. The white man said it. The white man said it. Therefore, it's true. So
my neighbor was so sick. she's up in age, and she was so sick. She said, I'm so nauseous all the time. I got clots in my leg hurt me so bad. And a lot of these the J&J, they're finding that they had a lot of people who have clots from that still. Not just a few, but a lot.
Again, the white man said that that's what you need and it's safe. So I know here, elderly people. Now, here's what I found interesting. Now, this is just only in my interaction. This ain't the gospel for the whole state. Elderly people, quote, quote, professional, educated people. Them mother effers are lined up taking it.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You know, the ones who are not taking it, the ones that they call not educated, not with their degrees and the initials behind their names.
That's funny.
And that's on the melanated side and the white people side. Now, Ohio white folks are different than in the South. The white is two categories of white folks here. You have the professional ones, and then you have the ones that grew up like poor and rough. The poor and rough, they don't give a damn about none of that. They ain't taking it. They ain't trying to hear it. That's why I believe they had to break down here and do that lottery. Because when we were like in lockdown, I had to go in one of those little like rural, small white towns with my play uncle. Child, he got in a car accident, this, that, and the third. So we went over there. Honey, they act like what no pandemic. They was walking all up in the police station. They had no mask on. In the towing places with no mask on, was standing there close to close with the paperwork. I'd like to, yeah, man, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, because I'm in like the metropolitan area, and that was a no-no. Honey, out in them country sticks, they didn't give a damn. You understand me? So I'm just guessing, I don't know that for sure, that's why they had to do the lottery here. Because the po whites, they ain't having it.
No way.
So.
You know, at Trader Joe's, they say make you wear your mask going through the door. I said, I know these people.
You know, Traders pissed me off because, and that's my store, but ever since the pandemic jumped off and I had to go to Traders that one time, that's the first and the last time I went, because number one, they made us stand outside. Baby, I was hot. They only let so many people in the store, and anybody that know Traders, it is a small store. And it does stay busy on the weekends.
Yeah.
We had to stand outside, and they was letting so many people in at a time. I said, you know what, Traders, y'all done turned me off to the utmost of turnability. I won't be back up in this bitch.
Well, I heard about it from on video stuff that Trader Joe's was doing that. And you know what? If I needed something, I wasn't going to go there.
Yeah, I missed a little bit of the things, but I sacrificed. They pissed me off. I'm like, I'm not coming back up in here. Shit.
People through the store, I heard, tried to get them to put on their masks. You know, and I'm like to myself, I'm glad I don't have my membership there anymore, because
Traders don't have a membership. Trader Joe's.
Costco.
Oh, Costco. Yeah, I don't have a Costco card, so.
Well, you know, I said, this is ridiculous. These people are either part of the play, because they're incorporated into the system, right? Because they're corporations, or they just really don't have good sense. I just think people don't have good sense. They don't have good instincts. And if you have book sense, you don't have good instincts.
But see, now they're opening it back up. Mainly it's because of the money, because even when today I had to, when we were downtown in the office, it's so many businesses that, like food places that are like gone. When it was time to eat lunch, we're like, well, what about that? Oh, that's closed. What about that? Well, that's closed. I'm like, well, damn. A lot of stuff, y'all, went out of business because if you think about it, most downtown, either it's, your business lunch crowd where they're making money or like the nightlife. So I really
that's what I was
believe
gonna
that's
say.
why they open it back up. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to piggyback on that with people in my generation and just like out here in LA. It's like the whole thing of like, we got to get back outside. So like, you want to get back to the restaurants, you want to get back to the parties, you want to get back to the clubs. And so it's like, even the people who was not even like down with the mask thing is like, oh yeah, I wear the mask to get in. I take the mask off once I'm
right, because people want to get out the house.
They ready to get fully vaccinated just so they can be outside.
So
they can party.
No, I ain't doing that. So
scientists are giving them limits on how long they're gonna live. I saw some serious scientists talking about what is in that stuff, and I saw some of you posting what's really in that stuff, and that stuff that's really in that stuff, that hoochie coochie, is going to limit lives. And scientists are saying that. I'm like, whoa.
Well,
and I heard it before. And I, because you wouldn't have taken that vaccine if they did it by itself, the HIV vaccine. So why are you going to take it with the stuff in it? So,
allegedly and supposedly. I have to say that. Because I don't want them saying what she said.
No, it's on the
fucking with me. They don't care. They don't care nothing about that.
Yeah, I know it. And people, they wouldn't take that stuff if it was by itself, but they're gonna take it when it's combined with something else. It's retarded.
What I'm tripping on, who the fuck stayed in the house because they said so?
Yeah,
That's true.
Thank you.
That's true.
Whole time.
Yeah, it was just, it was so surreal. There wasn't nobody out there.
Traffic was nice.
It wasn't nice.
Loved it.
I loved it.
Now I'm back to having an attitude when I go out. I'm like, what are all these damn people?
Get in and out the store real quick.
Right. That's why my nerves shot. I had to go downtown and I tipped out at 3:30. Like, damn, it's still crowded. Because you got used to just being able to zoom. So, yeah, people starting to get back out.
Come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
But why stay in the first place? You go stay in with the germs? With a mask on?
Right.
That'd be killing me with the mask on in the house by yourself. With the mask, when I see somebody in a car driving by themselves,
it cracks me up.
So you might as well just drive off a cliff.
But you know what? This is the funniest shit. My sister and I, we drove to Chicago. Oh shit, I forgot the last little holiday, y'all. No, it was this time last year. Yeah, because it was over this particular upcoming holiday weekend. So her mom went and her grandmother went. Child, we all in the car. Why Granny put on her mask? So Granny wanted to sit in the back because you have to be respectful. I'm like, Granny, you can sit in the front, I'll get in the back. She's like, no, I want to be in the back, baby, blah, blah, blah. So we pulls off. Granny gets in the car with her mask on, so I'm expecting her to take it off. So my sister backs out. And I turned around. I said, Granny, you gonna leave your mask on? She's like, yeah, baby. So my sister a mess. She looked at me out of her peripheral side view to give me that look. And so I had to kind of like not laugh, but shit. Granny wore that mask all the way up there.
Terrible.
In the car. I'm like, wow. So,
If they trust in God, then why don't they trust him to keep them and save them from this stuff? But they gonna go and trust God by taking the vaccine? I mean, that's just a cop-out.
But you know what? I can understand older people because they're set in their ways. They're going to do what they're going to do, and that's it. So I would never try to disrespect the elder and sit up there and try to argue. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. That's, they got the Lord, and that's between them and the Lord. So I'm definitely not going to disrespect an elder. It's like people in my age group and, younger, and I'd be looking at them like, but that's still their decision. I'm not finna sit here and argue with nobody. None of that. You see on social media, folks posting, oh, I got my shot today, blah, blah, blah. Same people that put out, I went and voted today. It's the same group of people. It's the exact same group of people that try to make you feel guilty for not voting, try to make folks feel guilty about the mask and taking the shots. Do you, boo. Go on and do you. That's why I don't bother people, because I don't want them bothering me. Because if you come for me, I'm going to cuss you out and hurt your feelings. So it's only right for me not to bother them. I respect their views. Do you, boo.
Vaccine was the objective. They've been talking about that long before.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Mark of the beast.
No, we've been here at the mark of the beast.
I know it. All of them.
Yeah, this is next level.
Yeah, this is tracking.
This is next, exactly.
Marking, it's like marking a dog.
Yeah, this is next level.
Yeah, but the FDA has a Sentinel program where they track the vaccines, their drugs, and everything. It was put into play during Obama's tenure.
Yeah, that's been looked up.
Just like on the Matrix.
Yeah,
that's what those things are.
Yeah, it's definitely next level for sure.
Look at it on a microcosm, like all that's taking place within the body. And those nanobots are trying to take over your body.
I just put in the chat, there's a product called Soma that gets those nano particles out.
Now it makes sense. The nanobots and particles, they make sense now, don't they?
Yeah.
And who was the first ones that was talking about it? Wasn't it the quote conspiracy community?
Yeah.
Wasn't we talking about this shit?
Long time.
Exactly. Exactly. But now we don't know what we're talking about. Oh, okay then.
I heard that the three-letter word CIA, they are the ones who invented or coined the phrase conspiracy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
They wanted to label people so no one would listen to them. So that's why it's not a very good thing to have that label. And they knew it wouldn't be because they put it in the news media enough to make people think that we were cuckoo.
Right, crazy. Right, and that's okay too. That's okay too. It is what it is. But again, that's why it goes back to consent. Because you do have a choice. So shame on you if you sit up and listen to someone who doesn't have the best track record of having your best interests at heart.
Yeah.
Shame on you. At this point, I ain't even faulting them.
Yeah,
that's on you.
Shoot you down in a second. Don't even wait a minute. And then you trust them? Are you serious? They say, "Sir, do you have your license?" And you just make a false move, you're dead. And you trust them?
You
Exactly.
trust that? I don't see that many people getting shot down like that.
No.
I done seen some niggas get indignant with them folks and still here. Now, all that's part of that,
Game play.
or part of the psyop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's they gonna keep niggas in their feelings?
Right.
Keep niggas thinking that they got power that they don't have.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
That's
true.
fear
Exactly.
talking.
And it keeps folks focusing on what they're doing and stuff instead of getting up off their asses and doing what they supposed to do for them.
Right.
This
Most cops,
mhm.
It,
most cops are scared as fuck they goddamn selves. They in fear, and they
right.
want it that way. They eating off of everybody's fear. It
Absolutely.
don't matter what uniform you got on or how many letters you got behind your name. Don't none of that shit matter. They want to eat.
That's right. It's energy.
Mm.
Absolutely. It's definitely energy.
I do want to what's that? McKeetrick? He he made a comment about their magnetic particles, and I heard that it is magnetic.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
people,
folks been putting videos out about that now. Whether or not they're authentic, that I don't know.
yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, but there are a couple of videos out there. They probably done snatched them down by now. Where folks are claiming that it's magnetic. Yeah, that's for sure.
You know,
Okay.
but
Hmm.
one more thing I want to say, Brother Sean, you're absolutely right. The government can only govern by the consent of the people. If you consent to this drama and all this stuff they're trying to put on you, it's that, and Sister Vanna too, you said it. You have to be consenting to them controlling you like that, telling you you can't, and then you go and do it. So then they have the right to keep up in the ante on you. But that's part of their constitution. I mean, but our people don't pay attention to the fact you don't have to stay in your house because they say stay. What they gonna do about it?
Yeah, and that's why I stopped the Real Pilgrim series and starting on the series on consciousness so we don't forget at the end of the day. I don't care how much history we learn, etc., etc. It still goes back to what are you going to do? And
Yeah,
that starts with knowing self as well as creating your world. Because although from a science perspective and metaphysics perspective, they're tapped into the grid lines. Even with that said, if the collective wants something to happen, they change the realm. They are
exactly.
able to change the realm.
Yeah.
That's why they work so hard to program the consciousness.
Well, Gene Calloway was saying something about that too. We have to let them railroad us into this because we believe it. But our consciousness can outdo their stuff.
Absolutely.
We didn't say
Absolutely.
years, years and years and years and years. And, I get obstinate myself because I'm getting kind of cantankerous as I age. That you ain't gonna
Yeah.
ain't fucking brother.
Yeah, and I guess and I'm kind of with you on that, sis, where you get to a certain point you're like I just don't want to hear that bullshit.
Yeah, just
Either
take
you're
it.
going to do something or you're not. It definitely starts with self. It starts with your consciousness. But as long as you keep focusing on they,
That's part of the programming. It's a program.
It is.
So, okay. So,
hey, Miss Rhonda.
Yeah, I was going to bring it to you. You have it, something you want to put on it, son?
Well, when you had mentioned the last show about the Pilgrims, it reminded me of something that I saw in the news, and I was wondering if anybody else had saw it, about the GOP pushing a bill to ban the teaching of slavery.
Yeah, expound a little more. I saw it, but I didn't get the full details.
I didn't see it all.
So, well, my thing is like, so banning the teaching of the history of slavery, I feel like this is them preemptively trying to, like, you know, they know what the underground is talking about in the history, and these people on YouTube and all this type of stuff. And so it's not, because why are they trying to ban their own propaganda? History of slavery is already not even taught right. It's a lie. So what they really trying to do, I feel like, is trying to stop the curriculum from heading towards the inevitable of, like,
exactly
the white slavery. Like, y'all were the slaves. All of the you Asians, all these mixed people, these Arabs, all of y'all were the slaves. If you want to be a white African, if you want to be a Caucasus African, if you want to be a Mongol, whatever, y'all was the slaves. And so it's like, I feel like that's their purpose.
I think so too. Yeah,
it's not even like, because a bill to stop teaching slavery, like, you guys don't even stop making slavery movies. So why do y'all care about?
So why do you want to ban it out of the curriculum? I 1000% agree with you, because what they're afraid of, if they continue to teach that, and then teachers are giving out all of these assignments, and you know, babies nowadays, I mean, in my day, we didn't have the internet. So you had to take your ass to the library and look your shit up. Now, the babies could just go online. Well, if everything's online, they're scared to run across these white slavery videos, because the first thing them babies gonna do, they gonna go to YouTube. So yeah, they're afraid of that stuff to come up. And it's even white folks using that as an argument. And I'm not mad at white folks, because the shit is true. Some of them are even using it as argument. It was, and I don't even watch this show, but I just so happened in passing, what would you do where the man run these different scenarios and they be up in the background, like behind the scenes? I think that's the name of the show, but anyhow.
Oh, like they be in a restaurant and then it's like they have a planet person that, like, just talking.
Yeah, like, whatever the name of that show is.
They waiting on the person to eavesdrop and be like, no, that's not right.
Right, and then they come out from around the motherfucking corner. Why did you say that after somebody then snapped, showed the behind? So, so in this one episode, it was talking about something to do with, it was the Confederate flag. That's what it was. It was the Confederate flag. And this one white man had the flag. I think he had a t-shirt or something on, a hat. I can't remember. And so people was like, that's offensive, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, well, what do you mean? This is heritage. Because the guy with the Confederate flag, of course, was the plant. And so white people was telling him it was offensive. And then a melanated woman came over and said why it was offensive, because we were slaves, this, that, and the other. So the one man with the Confederate flag, because they was in a restaurant, he was sitting here. It was another white couple sitting there. And the white couple was talking to each other. The white man turned around as the melanated woman was talking to the Confederate flag man. The white man turned around and said, do you realize that white people were slaves? I said, hell no, they aired this. He sure did. And they were like, what do you mean? And they brushed past that shit real quick. So no, they don't want that narrative to be put out. It's going to be revealed anyway, because you can only suppress the truth for so long. It's going to be revealed
Right.
anyway.
Because that's the thing too. People was always talking about, well, we've been indoctrinated as, you know, melanated people. No, everybody.
Everybody has.
You gotta
Exactly.
indoctrinate the other side too. So all these little white kids, little Asian Latinos, they indoctrinated on the other side of it too. So they gotta come through and they realize, oh, I've been lied to my whole life. The TV lying, my school is lying,
Exactly.
the government is lying. Oh, and that's hard to process. It's like like with no type of foundation, you ain't read it before, you ain't heard no YouTube video, you just like, oh, so they wasn't the slaves and we was the slaves? Oh.
Right. It's a lot. Just think of those of you that have come out of religion. Think of how you felt. It was like, oh, hell no. That's how everyone around the planet is going to feel. And just think, that's just on that level. That's not even on the cosmic level about what the hell they lying through their teeth about. But all of that stuff has to be revealed. I'm sorry, go ahead on, Scotty.
And then I was going to say, as far as the, you know, melanated American, African, whoever, who, you know, tie into, who believe this story, who think their heritage is of a slave, like, it's some people who actually want to hold on to that.
Oh,
they
baby,
feel like
they will cut your motherfucking throat. You hear me?
They don't have nothing, like their whole life is based off
their
of like
identity is
slavery.
Based on that. Absolutely.
Something that you weren't even born into.
Exactly.
Like, you weren't born into slavery. Your parents weren't born into slavery. So why are you so attached to this slavery myth story? Because we've been so, it's been at the one
ingrained.
time, it's so traumatizing and ingrained, but also they romanticize it. It's like, oh, you want to be black and proud because we overcame and da da da, and you know, all this type of stuff, civil rights and marching and this and this. It's so like, it's like a thing to be proud of that you overcame this. And then it's so like, when you got to let that go, it's like you should have other things. It's like when you're a mother or a father or a parent, you know, when your kids are grown and out of the house, you don't want to look back and be like, my whole identity was I was a parent. You want to have other things. So, you know, coming out of this whole like indoctrination, you have to have other things to validate your identity and your history.
Absolutely. That's a perfect way.
We overcame slavery.
Exactly. That's a perfect way to describe it. People have attached slavery to their identity. Melanated people, literally. And it's so ingrained, that's even used as the excuse when we talk about, you know, the ills that are happening among melanated folks. Oh, well, slavery. And when you know what we know, that's just like for me hearing that bullshit about taking some nails across a fucking chalkboard. Because you know that's not the story. And that is the identity that people hold on to. And that's one of the reasons why, and that's not the main reason, because it was a spiritual reason why I kept saying what I was saying, that you better be careful of these titles and these labels that you put on yourself, because there is a frequency, a vibration, and karma attached to that shit.
Yeah, you know, it is, because the people I know who use that crutch, it's a crutch. It's an excuse for not being your best. They always say, well, I couldn't do it because they, you know, we were this, we did that. No, you did not. You did it because you didn't want to do it right. You made your reality by your crutch that you have on that stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting, because all of it has to come out. The truth cannot keep being suppressed. It's going to have to come out. And I mean, on a massive scale, because it's already out. Let's be clear. And it can't be, you can't bring that back in. You can't unsee it. So it will be spread out. Now, the thing that's going to be interesting is to watch people, how they process it or not process it. Because just because the truth is presented does not mean people will accept it. And that's their right not to accept it.
Berkeley's and Tavistock.
But that's the reality that they'll continue to create. And that's why when I talk about, everybody's not going to be on the same page. Stop trying to make people be on the same page. Stop trying to wait for people to be on the same page. Do you first. Make sure you're straight, your family's straight, that want to be involved, and then work with like-minded people and keep it moving. Because everybody is not ready to look at things for what they are. A lot of it is spiritual maturity. A lot of it is spiritual maturity.
Right, it is.
Because think about it, family. All of us that learned all of this information about, who did what to whom, and it was melanated on melanated, and the Black Europeans and the Indians. That shit, as a melanated person, that's a lot to digest. That's a hell of a lot to digest. Do you understand as a melanated person what that is saying? If slavery did not happen the way they said it did, which it didn't, because we can go back to the records and prove that it didn't happen the way that they say it happened. Do you all understand what that means to the melanated community today? Most ain't ready to digest that. Because what that means is that's a whole lot of fucking accountability.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot of fucking accountability. And I had people hotter than fish grease with me, and still hotter than fish grease with me, and don't fuck with me, and I'm okay with that. Because you can't come on this show and say the white man is, white man that. Okay, give me the time frame, bruh. Give me the time frame, sus, when a white man start fucking with you. I need the specific time frame. That's really gonna fuck with a lot of people's mind. And when you start peeling back them layers, because melanated people want to use the narrative, slavery took us down. Before that, we had kingdoms. We were queens. We were kings. We were gods. We were this and we were that. You take that motherfucking slavery narrative out the picture the way it was told, and you start peeling back them layers to see who was majority them slaveholders, that totally changes the narrative. Totally changed the narrative. That is the difference between being an adult spiritually, taking the good with the bad, looking at shit for what it is, or you want to stay in fantasy land and be childlike. Now, this is among the quote-quote conscious community. Let's be clear. So that's why I can get up here with no guilt and say this shit is by consent. And especially folks in the quote-quote conscious community. This shit is by consent. People in the quote-quote conscious community will slit your fucking throat if they had the chance to. When you simply put the truth out there. So, that's on them. Yes, sir.
How was we all kings and queens? I'm just still trying to wrap my head around that.
And people be dusted in the motherfucker. We was kings and we was queens. Okay, well, nigga, I see the crust upon your feet today. I'm just saying. And you wanted we was kings and we was queens. Let's get back to your crust ass feet today.
And I mean, even when we go back to those days of quote unquote nobility, what bloodlines were ruling? Everybody wasn't ruling.
Exactly.
The bloodlines have been the same for over 450,000 years.
Indeed.
So at what point did these kingdoms and empires that everybody is so proud of, at what point did they come into existence?
Child.
It was during the patriarchy bullshit, wasn't it?
Right, but you know, they was kings and they got to rule and they had many wives and they had riches.
And
okay.
Subject.
Right. But again, I'm looking at the crust on your feet, nigga, today.
And then even so, people think everybody wasn't kings and queens. You know, it's regular people, poor people, middle class, or whatever. It was like, you know, levels to it, just like it is now. Everybody wasn't a king or queen. So that's, again, romanticizing some mythical bullshit.
But you know what? Think about it. In the conscious community, don't them crusty dusties do that today? I'm a king. Nigga, I'm looking at the crust upon your feet as you begged it.
Yeah.
They call porn
I'm gonna need to see some action.
Exactly. If you don't go get them now, what I will do is take you across the street and have Ling Ling and them scrape that motherfucking crust off your feet so you can get to some work. Maybe that crust on your feet is prohibiting you to doing some actual fucking work.
Hey, sis. But as you see these porn stars and strippers and everything on Instagram, they call them queen and goddess. And
you lying. So
yes, they do.
Okay, so back in our time, weren't they like, and I don't want to say all dancers, because you remember what the joke was back in our time, y'all, that if you were a dancer, it wasn't stripper. That's what they would call themselves, a dancer, that they was putting themselves through college. Now, I'm not saying that some wasn't, but that was a small, Diamond was the minority, y'all, from Players Club. Diamond was the minority, but that's the line that they used back in the day because that wasn't, being a stripper wasn't a prominent thing.
Now is you a entrepreneur,
baby, huh? That's what they say. Because
you move from a strip club to being a social media model or an influencer. Be broke as a bitch. You got some good ass pictures, some good edited pictures.
And I didn't even know that, Brother Scotty, until I saw a documentary. I'm like, they even fronting on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And these OnlyFans accounts, and I'm like, okay, but that was still called hoeing, and you was considered a member skeezer. I heard somebody say that a couple of days ago, and I hit the flow. And you was a skeezer. Now that's a come up, okay?
Really?
And I'm not. Am I lying? Now, if I'm lying, stop me. I know that ain't especially my generation. Now. That's a come up.
You hear me laugh?
Because you work from home. You get to work from home and you your own boss.
Right.
So
that's a come up.
You're trying to be in line with, the tech people and, the people who's like, actually working from home. So like, that was another thing I was talking to people about at the beginning of this pandemic. It wasn't just like they was pushing that OnlyFans. Beyonce dropped it in a song. Like they wanted people to stay home and, get into that OnlyFans and be locked up in your house and just expose yourself and, think you're going to make all this money. Like then they was promoting it with celebrities getting on there and making $1 million in a day or something and shit. Like, no, you regular at home showing all your goodies, like the check is not hitting like that.
Right. Right. But yeah, that's a come up nowadays. And that just wasn't so, just in our little time. So,
Hey, sis,
mm-hmm.
speaking of our time, remember when it was an insult if somebody asked you to perform oral sex on them? We ain't do it back in the day. That was an insult. A sister would sock you in your eye
Child.
if you mentioned anything to her about
They ain't
putting
ready
her
to hear
lips
none of that
down.
though. It's interesting. I heard a gay man who was arguing with somebody, and they were calling them the F word and all of that. That gay man came back and slayed him. He said, I don't know why you calling me this and that, because what I do in my bedroom, you do in yours too. I said, God damn. And all right, the oral stuff, whatever. It's funny because a friend of mine in Atlanta, country, actually they're from Detroit, but Detroit people country as fuck too. So she said her dad back in the day, when he first heard about this oral stuff, he said, I don't know which one of them, some type of rumor. I don't know if it was his daughter or the son. But anyhow, he was like mowing the lawn. He was so fucking disgusted. And she was walking in the house. And he stopped the lawnmower. He was like, such and so. I almost called her name. What is this mess about such and so doing aerial sex? I said, oh. It was just unheard of. It was just so unheard of. So let's put that aside. All right, you done stepped up your game. That's what you into, whatever. They done anteed it up. Now, this whole... All right, y'all, this is truly not... This grown people stuff now. This whole ass eating stuff, I said, what? Huh? Wait a minute. I heard about that shit in a Chris Rock comedy special when he was talking about tossing salads. I'm like, wait a minute, bitches is tossing salads?
Yes, ma'am. That's a... Oh, hold on.
Right, right.
Well,
but
that's a whole subsection. Like, that's like, yeah. And that get into a whole area. So this is heterosexual thing going on. Like,
yeah, and that's why that gay man read that man's motherfucking ass. He was like, oh, I know what, you ain't sitting up here trying to criticize me. When y'all do everything we do in the bedroom, I said, child. So that's on y'all. So to each his own, y'all do you. That's what you want to do in your bedroom. Shitty mouth and all. That's your business. We're just giving you the progression of stuff. And so, yeah, when the pandemic jumped off, you literally had B-list and D-list celebrities, they said on their fans only, with their little parts and stuff, being suggestive with their little parts. So the pandemic and the shutdown, it really showed who had, quote, quote, money to sustain themselves and who didn't. Because those same B-list, C-list, D-list celebrities that was putting everybody else down that didn't have designer this and designer that, they were the main ones they ass had to flock to OnlyFans because their little source of income dried up. That's also why you see in a lot of celebrities jump on to the YouTube land as well, because professional YouTubers were looked down at by the celebrities. You did not see celebrities coming on to regular YouTubers' channels. You didn't see it. But when that pandemic hit, now celebrities have spun up their shit, and now everybody's flocking to YouTube. And now, to be honest, now it's saturated. And you have a lot of them, what they're doing is some of those like mid-level YouTubers, they're even taking their content. Literally, I have caught them taking their content and stealing their shit and not giving them credit. So, I mean, it is what it is, family. Okay, so Brother Sean, you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, I'm cracking up at the comments. So, yes, sorry, y'all. Brother Sean, why you had to bring all of that up about the aerial? You didn't have to bring that up about aerial sex.
No, I mean, we was talking about the generations. And I'm just...
But that was how it was back up in the day, though. For real, though, y'all. For real. Okay, let me bring on Brother 832, and then we're going to get into... I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
I was just going to say another thing too quick, just to add on that. The people that are in that realm of work, sex workers, there is another one that they is pushing for that, for the, hoochie coochie, all that, because they already, got to get tested and going to the doctors and da-da-da-da-da. So there is a big percentage of the ones who is signing up to get it done too. And the transgenders, because they already, on hormones, take shots, do all this stuff. So in their mind, it's not even like, it's just a hop and skip and a jump from what they already do.
So in addition, oh man, I knew this was going to come up because I was watching one of the Fridays. And when Ice Cube had made the joke, anybody in my generation, y'all know what this meant. When the landlady was trying to get his father, and he was like, get off my father, trying to give him VD, and I fell out. Now, Sandra, you know what VD means, right? She California,
Yeah,
she may not know. She may not know. Sean, you know what VD means, right?
Of course.
So back in our time, I think it was high school, they started talking about it. It was like STDs, y'all. They just called it VD. So all that shit was lumped together. VD stands for venereal disease. So when I heard Ice Cube was like, get off my dad trying to give them VD, I fell out. Because back in the day, it wasn't, you get the name and the specific STDs. You didn't learn that until some of you motherfuckers had to roll up in the clinic with your scratching ass. I'm just saying.
Oh, and another thing too, the same person, Fauci, that's, the head propagandist mouthpiece for this whole, whatever, COVID, whatever. Like, I just watched a video from back in the day with the HIV and the AIDS thing, and he was playing the same role. And now today you see like they doing like a package. You can get your vaccine and you can get your PrEP. People don't know what PrEP is. When you go to like the clinic or something, if you're like in the LGBT community, it's supposed to be like a pill that you take that's like keeps you safeguarded from getting compromised by someone else who has HIV or AIDS or whatnot.
Okay, now let's talk about that.
That shit is just to weaken your immune system. That shit is just to keep you weak in your immune system. Who wants to be like, let me pop a pill so I can go have HIV or AIDS sex? Like, that's weird.
Right.
I always thought that was weird. And then when I saw them like putting it together, hey, you can get tested and get your vaccine. Hey, you want your PrEP and your vaccine? It's like, damn, y'all.
Wait a minute. So hold up. Shit. Child. See, that's why I'm glad I have you on here, because you can give me your generation. So I'm just trying to get this together, because HIV and stuff came on the scene just as we were going into adulthood. Now, the bad part about it came on the scene. The good part about it scared the shit out of us. Because prior to that, it was herpes, the shit that stays with you like luggage, and you be looking at everybody like, motherfucker, I see a bump. Right now, I don't give a fuck if it's over here. No. So that's what it was. Huh?
Ghana.
Yeah.
Gonorrhea.
See, that was part of the Fauci thing and the propaganda back then, to make the disease connected to sex and make it connected to the LGBT community. It was like a scapegoat, when really the number one people who are being affected, the number one thing that can get you to have HIV is to have a low immune system and malnutrition. So that's why they went to Africa, because those people had low malnutrition, low immunity, low immune systems, and malnutrition. So that's all you need to catch HIV. It had nothing to do with sex, and it doesn't cause AIDS. And so that was the whole thing. Fauci, the same thing that they're doing now today to try to propagandize it into like something that's like, oh, this pandemic and people are dying in the numbers and this and it. They did the same thing with AIDS, except they had to make it like a sexual thing to scare people, and to also, like with COVID, it's connected to, big pharma and the medical industry. So they need to make the people sick to sell the drugs. And that's what's the thing. It was the AZT that was killing the people.
Yeah, because I was going to talk about that, but I just want to clarify so my ass can understand. So what you're saying is nowadays you can get a supposedly and allegedly preventative pack of...
Yeah, it's called PrEP, PrEP. And basically it's a pill. It's just like pills you take, which are supposed to, it's a preventative thing. Like, oh, I take these, daily or however they take them or whatnot. And if I ever get compromised by, having sex with someone who already has HIV or AIDS, I'm protecting myself. So now I've somehow created an immunity within myself by taking this PrEP.
So are they saying that you can't get it, or it's...
Yeah.
So
and now they've even moved into it's undetectable, meaning that you have it, but you can't spread it and you're not sick. So I'm like, oh, just like any other virus and things that like a lot of people carry natural bacteria and viruses in them, but they're not sick and they're not making other people sick.
Now, you all do realize that when it came on the scenes, when we was stepping into adulthood, I mean like early adulthood, people, they were saying it wasn't a cure for it. It was in predominantly gay men. And the early stages of it, they couldn't even get the medicine because only the rich people, the rich gay white men could get that medicine back up in the day. And when I tell y'all think, well, Rona is on a bigger scale because that's everybody. But back in the day when AIDS first hit the scene, y'all, it was really bad from a gay community perspective because of the way they put the message out there. Y'all, literally, I remember this one lady, and I can't name the company because I don't want them coming after me. It's a pretty big company. One of the managers, it was one of her employees had wind up passing from the complications of AIDS. And this was in the first stages of this particular virus being public. That lady took the entire desk, everything that man had ever possibly touched, and had them like take it away, take it out of there. That's just how bad that was going on back in the day. I mean, they literally had specials, 2020 now. But I do remember they did not make that medication available. They made it highly, highly expensive. And as Son Scotty said, it was making people sick. So there's a movie, with Matthew McConaughey. And he lost a lot of weight to play that part, where he was a straight man. Yeah, that was a good movie that got the virus, but it's all about he had found a combination that would not have the side effects of AZT. And
Dallas Buyers Club.
Okay, check it out. Check it out. So I'm just tripping. You sitting here telling me, because that was in, what was that like? I would say 88, 89. They started talking about AIDS. So you telling me now they just got a package. Well, shit, they don't even have that for, or maybe they do, y'all. Do they got that for herpes and gonorrhea and...
Nope, it's still around.
Okay, I'm like, what's all other VDs?
And that's what I'm saying. The
so
HIV is still around because now it's a thing called undetectable, which means you test positive for it, but it's undetectable, meaning like you don't have the antigens or something. I don't know all the specific scientific terminology, but you have HIV, but you're not affected by it and you can't pass it to anyone. So it's kind of like with COVID when they were saying you're what's that word? You
built up immunity.
No, when you were like you have
asymptomatic.
Asymptomatic.
Oh, asymptomatic. Yes, exactly. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Asymptomatic, you don't show no symptoms and you can't really, well, with this one, you can't pass it on to anyone else. So like, I'm like, wait, so people are just walking around with the HIV virus in them. And then the doctor in this video I was watching, he was like, yeah, if you like test a lot of people, it's like with syphilis. I mean, not syphilis, herpes. They have different herpes complex and, you know, whatever. And so the average person does have herpes in them. Like, it's not just full blown where they got bumps on their lips, but it's the bacteria that lives within a lot of people just from us having sexual contact. But you're not going to be having full blown herpes. It's just like something that lives in the skin or something. So I'm thinking like with HIV, like with COVID, like people that had COVID before, you didn't had pneumonia, you didn't had the flu, whatever.
Right.
Something, you know, people build up immunity or they never were susceptible to it before. But whatever the case may be, you see there's this whole machinery around it to make you sick and have you take the same pills from the people and the vaccines from the people that made you sick.
I didn't, as the older Southern ladies say, I didn't learned it something new. I didn't know that about HIV, but I'm questioning then, where's the rest of the VD pills? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Right, because they gotta stretch it out. They can't just let you get all of the cures. They like, you know, just like with information, their disclosures is on a timeline. And on a money timeline, they be like, well, we can't really, you know, give out that we can cure HIV and AIDS because then a lot of us gonna go broke. So you know, let's give them these little pills that's gonna, you know, help them, you know, in the meantime. We'll still get some money off of that, but we'll, you know, stretch it out. In the meantime, you know, like just keep giving them shots and some other shit for the other stuff.
Ciao. Well, y'all, pill or no pill, you better wrap your shit up. Cause you don't know what they coming out with next. Shit. So you better wrap it up. So while y'all thinking of new sexual positions, you keep putting your mouth on stuff. I'm just saying that's on y'all, but just be safe, family. For real. I didn't know that about the AIDS situation with the pills and stuff, but ciao. All right then. So okay, I mean it is what it is. All right, let me bring you on. I know, ciao. I'm sorry, brother 832. Brother Sean, do not bring up nothing sexual again. You done got us on aerial.
You notice I've been
had to go. Yeah, since you didn't even want to comment on the BD thing. God damn it, don't be leaving me out here by myself. And I'm like,
you on your own on that.
Nervous than a goddamn like. All right, brother 832. Sorry, you gotta follow that.
Well, he said he's trying to get on, but he can't hear us. And he not on the Zoom no more.
Oh, you not, because I got you in,
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fenced to unmute you. I had let you in the meeting before. Okay, you should be able, brother, to come on.
Roger! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean! My brother from another mother! Sitting on Mount Olympus! Throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight!
Indeed, bro.
And circling the cosmos and landing on the rings of Saturn. Scotty, what up, bro?
Yo, what up? 832, bringing the flames as usual.
I'm being sabotaged. Rhonda, I've been put in the nigger corner.
Uh-oh.
I had two ideas I wanted to share with you, but first of all, has anybody been binging on the Black Lightning in the last couple of episodes and the season finale?
I have not
Anybody
watched
been watching?
I'm waiting for it to come on Netflix.
You know they got the albino gorilla, right? Called Tobias Whale.
Mm-hmm.
You know the wife is a geneticist who is taking the genomes of they don't call them mutants, they call them meta-humans.
Yeah.
Mm. And you have the daughter, you know, the sassy young one? They spliced her.
What?
They spliced her with her being sent up into, what did they call it? Not the stratosphere, the ionosphere. She would go into the ionosphere, and you know she has a different level of lightning force than Black Lightning does. You know, Black Lightning comes out blue, like lightning bolts. You know, whereas she is yellow, almost like solar radiation. You know, they don't say that.
She's a pure solar source.
Exactly.
She can recharge him. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that episode when he was near death. So I don't want to give it away because it's been deep. These last 2-3 episodes are real deep. But they had a darker skinned, taller sister. And as a matter of fact, the last episode, the young one said, "You jacked my DNA." She actually came out with the exact 100% DNA of the younger daughter.
Oh,
but
wow.
Taller, darker, and wearing dreads.
So she was the sliced, or she's saying she was one of the originals?
No, it's like it's an alternate being of energy source that was up in what they call the ionosphere.
That's interesting.
I don't want to talk it up too much because I don't want to give away the plot.
Because I gotta go watch
the shit is real deep.
Wow.
And then if you remember, Jill Scott used to be in there, but they really put her character on the back burner because I think she's got.
I thought she had got killed in one of the little fights.
No,
they implied it, and then they continue to say like she was in the background, right, Sean? You saw that episode, right?
Okay, so I'm really behind. Okay.
Kind of sharp-looking sister that seems to be acting as her lieutenant, but you never see Jill Scott.
Okay.
And then you had the other villain, you know, the brother they call Lala, who he would kill people, tattoos would come up on his body.
Oh, yeah.
Of the person that he killed. They had his ass encased in concrete, Rhonda. The shit is just so, I mean, and it's what I love about it first is that it's a complete 100% black soundtrack. I mean, you know, like going back to the blaxploitation movies and stuff, you know, when you get those cuts off Marvin Gaye's album that you don't remember, though,
right?
Whether you call them the B-side or whatever, or you hear Curtis Mayfield, you know, I mean,
nice.
You know it's black.
Yeah,
you know it's
they did
black. There's no way getting around the writing, the producing, you know. it's not like it was a knockoff of bringing a black superhero. It's taken the genre, and I hate using the term black, but you know what I mean by that.
Right. I know what you're saying.
And it has gotten and then it's a strong black melanated family. Mother and father, even though they're divorced, staying strong. The 2 daughters. Now, of course, they had to throw the lesbian spin in there with the oldest daughter. But then you got the other young brother whose pseudonym is called Painkiller. He's in an internal conflict, but his power is he got jacked with so much stuff and manipulations. We talking about, you seen Idris Elba play Black Superman in Hobbs versus Shaw? And how they made him with this metallic spine?
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
Painkiller has had his entire spine replaced. And then his whole genetic makeup is poison. So with a single touch, he can infect you worse than Mamba or King Cobra, or including the worst blowfish venom in the entire world. I mean, his whole DNA is the worst level of poison imaginable. And with a single touch, he can infect you and also control it to the extent where he always have these fight scenes and whatnot. And why would you be fighting with a guy when one touch? He could kill you. You know what I mean? But he was the character, if you remember early on, had fallen in love with the younger daughter. His name was Khalil. But then he was turned into the assassin, Painkiller. So in the last season, he's been in psychological conflict. They've been showing like an internal battle inside his mind.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
With
like
good versus
consciousness,
evil.
Right. Yep.
And the good would be the monk type person who was meditating in a lotus position, wearing white. And the evil is with the black connotation. You know the stuff.
We knew what time it was. Brother. Right.
Yeah. So that was going on in my mind while I was listening to y'all, speech with the fuckery and giving y'all reports today. So I just wanted to throw that out there as an unofficial TV review. Okay.
Well,
so
thank you. I appreciate it, brother.
Black Lightning has gone into a series finale. So if you binge it, then the season has already been completed.
Okay, so this is the last one
for the season.
Oh, for the season. Okay, see, I thought they stopped it. To be honest.
Oh yeah,
that's this is the last. CW. Now I don't know whether to give them credit or not. CW used to be WB.
Yeah.
But which used to be WB, which now, by the way, this is an unofficial fuckery report because it's kind of news. You remember the WB was Warner.
Yeah.
And Time Warner is now Warner Media. And you know what's being done by AT&T as we speak in the news? They are spinning off Warner Media to merge with Discovery Channel to form a new type of streaming platform to compete with Disney Plus and Netflix. So AT&T is spinning off Warner Media, which is technically the parent company of CNN. So when you start seeing and hearing, that stuff takes more than a year.
Yeah.
For it to be approved and authorized and go through the pipeline. So it'll probably be somewhere in mid-2020. I mean, 2022.
Okay.
Before it is finalized.
Yeah, because but now.
The attempt is.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go on.
No, I was just going to say, and probably is what you're about to say. They're really getting to stuff being streamed versus going to the movie theater. And the pandemic was just the right opportunity for them to do that. Because if you have HBO Max, a lot of the movies in the theater are really on HBO Max now. And I just noticed now they're starting to have some of them where you would have to pay for it. So that does not surprise me with them getting into that, because Netflix kind of opened the door for the whole streaming service. So that makes sense.
Not only that, and now that you mentioned what you did, it's not just that. F9, which is the latest. I mean, how many Fast and Furious can you have?
Child.
The controversies come out of that.
Man, that's because y'all love cars and y'all keep watching it. I was done after the first one. Shit.
Yeah, well, they've made $160 million already in the Beijing market, and it's not going to be released until like the second week of June in America. And of course, John Cena, which is like a rock wannabe, another wrestler that's turned actor. He plays Vin Diesel's baby brother as the villain. But they jumping on him. He look
older than Vin Diesel. How the hell he playing his brother?
Well, we talking about Hollywood.
Okay, right? Well, keep going. Okay.
The news on him is apologizing to the Chinese government after stating that Taiwan was a country and then wanting to back off of it. So they're using, the white conservatives, the white supremacists, the Fox News, OAN, QAnon. They all jumping on him and screaming about how horrible it is that he apologized to the dictatorship of the Chinese government, then throwing Taiwan and a democracy, which is amusing to even use the term, under the bus. So, but again, 160 million in box office receipts. First movie that's being released for the summer,
Oh, well, that's why they keep releasing it. I didn't know them things make that much, but okay.
Well, again, we're talking about China, who is more than 50% in bed with Hollywood now.
Exactly.
Right, Sandra? Exactly. That's on your backyard. That's over there, Cali girl. I mean, so...
They run it.
Yeah, and if you notice, you pay very close attention. Almost all credited movies, and most people don't watch the credits to the end. They are side by side with Chinese characters.
What? Oh, now I'm gonna have to start paying attention to that.
You do have to start paying because Huawei. You know who Huawei is?
Huawei, yeah.
Huawei has almost close to half the 5G infrastructure throughout rural America. Huawei is the Chinese communications company that is building the backbone and the infrastructure. There is another one, it's like something else. It's still HUA, I forgot the name of it, but it's one of the major film, companies.
I did not know they were into
Paramount,
film, though.
Like Warner.
Okay.
When you have to start paying closer attention, when we ignored Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker getting in what they did with Rush Hour, most people was only focusing on Chris Tucker because we're American, quote unquote. But don't know Jackie Chan makes 150 fucking movies a year. Do you know that's like 3 a week? Do you know how many movies are made in India, what they call Bollywood?
Yeah, and they be so corny, but they
we never
love them.
See. Yeah, we never even see these films. So, these people are in a global audience of 1 billion plus people.
That's true.
In just China and India. And they're making movies by the dozens a week. So they're like producing a movie a day.
Damn.
Whereas we're producing a movie in a year.
Yeah, that you're right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right.
So when we don't understand the significance of it, because first of all, we're arrogant as hell by believing we're American and center of the universe. But let me not get down that rabbit hole. I had wanted to just share those thoughts for you as part of your news report. But there was 2 particular ideas I wanted to share with you, and everyone else in the family. I imagine most of you, if not all of you, are familiar with Neely Fuller Jr. And if you have not heard, for the audience's sake, he is essentially the mentor of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. And for most people who don't understand where she got her philosophical and psychological career, was believing and understanding what white supremacy means, he is the godfather of that concept. And by the way, if you didn't know, Rhonda, he's still alive.
Yeah, he is.
90s, and he has a radio show. Now, have you had a chance to listen to that? Have you had a chance to listen to it?
No, I'm acting like you can see me. No, I was shaking my head. No. Sorry, my bad.
Well, just for other folks' sake, they can research it. He comes on Tuesdays, but it was a very interesting discussion this week. And I'm going to tie this into, while I was on hold listening to you guys, the Joy Reid fiasco on tonight, talking about Greenwood / Tulsa, Oklahoma, getting the setup for Monday. First, the good brother Neely Fuller Jr., who is very adamant on us understanding the significance of white supremacy and a white supremacist structure. Now, we're at a different consciousness level, obviously, in our conversation.
Right,
but this is for what I'm talking about is public consumption, okay, which is the ignorance of most, and if not all, particularly our people, but certainly the folks that call themselves or believe themselves to be white or Caucasian. He simply says, and he has a book, I think the actual title of it is Counter Code to Destroy Racism or something to that effect. But anyway, what he suggested in his conversation this week, which was intriguing to me, was the two topics that he feels would be required mandatory textbooks that should be in every house, every library, every school. Hell, we're talking about even down to the villages of people who are in shanties and walking barefoot. They still should have what he calls these two textbooks, which have yet to be authored. So I want you just to think on the title of the books first, and you can comment on it if you choose later. The first is the complete historical record of the system of white supremacy. So I'll say that one more time. The complete historical record of the system of white supremacy. Then the second book, and I'm paraphrasing now with this title, is the complete code _ countering racism, creating the universal man and woman. Now, some variation of that is the title again, the complete code countering racism / white supremacy and creating the universal man and woman. Now, essentially what he's saying when he responded to one of the callers or email that was shared with him during the show, was that for universal man or woman, which he does not identify ethnic group, so-called racial category, gender identification or whatever, because we're warping male and female and trying to believe that they can be altered and turned into the other, right? But still, it's two genders, right? But anyway, he's saying, and I'll make it short like this, essentially the basic premise of universal man or woman, the first and foremost thing is to tell the truth. You cannot falter on that. You cannot falter on that. One slip up on that. If you are not telling the truth, by default, whether you say it's lying or not, because sometimes people are offended by saying they are lying or calling them a liar.
Right.
Or you can say you're being deceitful.
Although they're lying.
They're dissembling.
But go ahead.
Or they're being distractionary. They like to say these nice flowery words that are not offensive or politically correct, et cetera, et cetera. If you're not telling the truth, by default, you are lying. And white supremacy as an evil construct, as he states, the only global government system. There are other governments that may be in name only, as he put it, or perceive or perpetuate the illusion of being government. But as he states, and I'd rather you hear it for yourself from him, there is only one worldwide government, and that is white supremacy. And it is based on lies. So if you're not telling the truth, and I'm using this to segue into the next thing, about the 1619 Project. Now, I know we all have our different opinions on what its intent was, why it was used and brought through the New York Times and whatever Nicole Hannah Jones's agenda is, being given a Pulitzer Prize, and wouldn't be surprised if she gets up, be nominated for a Nobel, whatever. But the backlash that you see, and particularly here in Texas specifically, there is an all-out assault to prevent the inclusion, promotion, or the teaching of the curriculum under the 1619 Project. And his response to that was, because he wasn't personally aware of it, he had heard of it, but he said, in response to the host asking him about it, he said, again, that leads to what I just stated about the two textbooks that need to be offered. Now, I don't know exactly where you're headed with our continuous conversation on Momma Terra and our consciousness level, but if we're talking about the complete, as he states, historical record of white supremacy, have we found yet where the origin of so-called white peoples have come from? And I'm quite certain we're barely giving them 1,000 years. We're not giving them 450,000 in the Inky.
No, it's
situation,
definitely not the 450.
Okay. All right. So, I'm putting it aside for a second. I'm just putting this in your thought process to get you to understand what his perception is. And I kind of agree with him about the perception of white supremacy, not in the connotation of black.
Right.
Now, he does comment on that, about what black is and how to use the dark and what the type of negative connotations to associate themselves with black or darkness, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. But whatever. But the whiteness and white supremacy is a cancer. Okay. And so if we're going to be dealing with it, we do need an origin point, don't we? And we do need to understand the significance of it in its entirety. For example, the next thing was the 1619 Project. And again, his point was these textbooks need to be in every household, every library, every school, down to every village. I'm talking about undeveloped nations. They don't have nothing else.
That's where I disagree with him. That's where I disagree with him. But
I'm just saying what he's proposing.
Right. And that's which is one of the reasons why I don't even try to listen to what he's saying, because as a scholar, he has not updated his model, because he's still pushing the slavery narrative as well. And he should be. I
got you on that. And that's why I was bringing the parallel.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But go ahead.
Well, no. I wanted to give you the whole context, because again, not just what his conversation was and what his response, whether it's 1619, but this panel nonsense with Joy Reid tonight, and talking about the people in the communities. Now, I came in the middle, so I don't know if anyone brought up Watchmen, because I love Watchmen, the series from HBO. And the discussion that was brought up by the survivor. Did you see or hear any of that 107-year-old survivor, Viola Fletcher, before Congress? Okay, because that would have come up in our conversation last week if you would have been on. Because it happened during that week.
Was talking about, she was there and she remembered everything about the riots, Black Wall Street, Tulsa.
Not only that she had to be 7 years old when it happened, because she's 107 now. There was another survivor that was 106. I didn't get to hear him. This is another brother. But the fact of the matter was, they had a descendant of a survivor on the discussion who were participating in, they call it the centennial celebration nonsense, which is from the so-called white community side, Rhonda. Just give me a number what you think how much they've raised. Like this GoFundMe shit that you hear on the internet. Give me an idea of what you think the amount of money that they've raised thus far.
I'll give them
now, again, this is for the commemoration of 100th anniversary on Monday.
I say 100
This is for the
grand.
commemorating. Okay. How about 30 million? 30 million was dropped in this conversation on this panel.
Who that going to?
Interesting, that's the first words out of your mouth, sister. Because again, the panel participant on her discussion was one of the descendants of the survivors. Arguing, now they have a separate group, I think it's called the Legacy Commission or something like that. But she said those people of the community who support the Legacy Commission and their events, it's kind of like the separate bullshit that we have going on about Juneteenth versus the 4th of July.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But
You said Juneteenth.
The so-called commemoration effort is primarily from white folks in the white community. When Tulsa and the Greenwood community specifically is more than 60 to 75% Negroid or black,
right,
or so-called African American. But who's still running it? This is the premise of what Neely Fuller Jr. says is white supremacy. It does not matter even if we exist or we think we exist, let's say, independent of them. The whole lesson of this massacre was, did we not exist 100% independent of them?
Yeah, that was the whole purpose of the bombing, which
was to take it out of existence.
Yeah, because I
only
have my
up
own
until last year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, please share it. But I'm giving you these thoughts from the discussion for the panel tonight, because there's two things going to happen over this weekend. On Saturday, there'll be a separate MSNBC special with I can't stand her voice. It's like fingernails on chalkboard.
Oh.
Tiffany Cross. Tiffany Cross. You know, she got this little show they gave her. She used to sit in for Joy Reid. Now, They've given her own separate platform on the weekend. She's doing a special on Saturday night. LeBron James is doing it on the commemoration day on Monday night on CNN called Dreamland. Now, you know, Dreamland was the actual movie theater since I started this and talking our unofficial Siskel and Ebert movie review. Now, and I'm very intrigued to see about what LeBron is underwriting, you know, as an executive producer or as creating content, you know, if you will. But the fact still remains, HBO, and you mentioned this, HBO Max, squashed that shit after the first season because The Watchmen was off the chain.
Was the shit.
And it
Wasn't
came
it
out
the shit?
the same year with 1619.
Yep.
It came out in 2019.
Remember when she put her stuff in and her little DNA results came back, didn't they say, yes, you're a survivor of Tulsa, and she was supposed to be getting some reparations?
Now remember, her grandfather was Lou Gossett.
Yep, Lou Gossett.
Chicken George, who was 105. And we now have two survivors in reality in the congressional record of 107 and 106. And Viola Fletcher, which is very interesting because I love Viola Davis, by the way, you know, as an actress. She was a citizen. Now I'm paraphrasing what her testimony was. See me, hear me, acknowledge me. You already know what the problem is with that, Rhonda, because they're not going to do that for the simple fact acknowledging us removes them not just from power and at the pinnacle of this white supremacist criminal enterprise. It puts them in sharp focus to what they always have been in association with us. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, where will the kidnapper ever want the captive to be above and focused on? Because every time you focus on the captive, the kidnapper's crime is revealed, right? Right? And if the kidnapper is not behind bars and is not strung up at the end of a rope, like they say in Texas, get a rope, okay? Then what does that do for the dynamic? You know what I'm saying? This whole relationship that we have is based on us being at the bottom forever, in perpetuity.
I think it's deeper than that, though. Let me sip my water.
Well, I'm listening to you, sister. I just wanted to, you know, share because I know you were on air. I know you couldn't see Joy Reid at the time.
Yeah.
Because that's when you came on.
Okay.
But
so
the discussion with this white man who was the reporter, are you familiar with David Garrow or Eric Foner? You probably have heard of him too. These are two prominent white. David Garrow, in the case, did a lot. Remember Eyes on the Prize and the historical record he did of Martin Luther King? Okay, so these are so-called white men historians, all right? Eric Foner, you're probably familiar with Eric Foner. He's done seminal work on Civil War and so-called Reconstruction, which is what Henry Louis Skip Gates uses for his foundation.
Right.
Right? So we get these two examples, and I can pull out the same one with Herskovitz, Franz Boas, that Dane shares with us, and about W.B. Du Bois creating Pan-Africanism and instituting it at the University of Chicago.
Right.
And then putting it in curriculum and creating what we've come to ultimately supposedly embrace in 1976, roots, Kunta Kinte, and out of Africa.
Yes.
Well, but again, but this is our uphill battle that we're dealing with.
But okay.
Because we have to have...
Okay, so we know that narrative. Stop. We know it. We know it well. I'm going to sip my water again because this is what I think. Because it's deeper than that. I'm going to use simple logic. How did the blacks / melanated build that wealth in Oklahoma? How did they become rich? Now, Copper Colored Soldier in the chat, he's on to it. But it's even deeper than that. He says the purpose of the bombing was to kill and usurp the identities of the original barons of North America, oil barons.
Right.
Titanic.
So I'm going to ask again. How did...
Now, that was part of it. You're talking about the oil rush of 1915 and supposedly coming out of Oklahoma. But that's part of it.
But how did them black folks get that wealth?
Now, when we start describing and analyzing this, we're talking about I think it's about 3 dozen blocks. They usually say about 35 to 40 blocks of what we think of as a traditional block today.
And it doesn't matter if it was, much larger block. Than that. Well, how did they get their wealth?
The land. I understand what you're saying, what you're asking, but I'm saying to you is the focus we're putting is on the Black Wall Street element of development.
I know that. Put that aside.
Was a very small area.
Put that aside. Listen to me carefully. You said they got the wealth through the land.
Right.
So, who was supposedly and allegedly taken from where and put where?
You talk about the Indian Removal Act, and well, now we're talking about 80 years prior, because that's 1830, and now we're talking about 1915. So that's 85 years later.
I'm still going to ask.
But, by the way, one of the comments I was going to share with you from the survivor.
Whoa. Slow your roll. Because I want people to start thinking critically instead of listening to the narrative that they are putting out. Now, the narrative is black folks was up in slavery.
That's right.
So
quote unquote freed slaves. Quote unquote freed slaves.
So from 1865 to 1915, how did they get their wealth?
Now remember, you're talking about 1865, which is 35 years after they were relocated.
Thank you, Shan. Black Europeans. Now this is just me using deductive reasoning. I don't know this for a fact. But what I do know is large amount of land was taken from indigenous black melanated people. Their identity was stolen. And we know that we had prominent black Europeans that were over here running stuff. Oh, wait a minute.
Grants.
So you have this community that pops up in Oklahoma. Hear me out. You have a prominent black community that pops up in Oklahoma with all of this wealth, and white folks bombed it.
Right.
Nobody questions how they got their wealth.
Now, are you saying it's because of the black European? You're saying it's black European, or that they were melanated indigenous, or the descendants of both?
It
because
could,
this is the next statement I was going to share with you from the panel.
It could have been.
Well, the panel discussion.
It could have been.
The other comment I wanted to share with you for you to consider.
But I say mostly black Europeans.
Okay. Well, here's what the other comment I was going to share with you from the descendant on the panel that was discussing it earlier. You notice this nonsense about they all of a sudden accepting the melanated Indian in the 5 civilized tribes, particularly Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole. Now, we have to mention those because those are the organized groups that were transported in the Indian Removal Act and the fraud of land speculation under Andrew Jackson, right? From 1824 to 1828, when he became president. 2 years later, in 1830, he strong-armed Congress and got the Indian Removal Act passed into law. At the same time, the Supreme Court told the entire nation, colonial America and its developing westward movement under Manifest Destiny, that the Cherokee Nation did not fall under their jurisdiction, right? And the Supreme Court Chief Justice said they should not be violated. And Andrew Jackson's response was, I'd like to see him get down off that bench and come enforce it.
Okay.
Right?
But we do realize that Andrew Jackson was black, right? And he was a black European.
And a cracker. and white trash, according to Dr. Nancy Eisenberg. Right? So
no, he was not. Well, he was definitely melanated. We do know that. Now, whether he hung with crackers and all that, which I don't even like to use that term because that's not fair. But according to her,
this is from her research.
Yeah, that was from her research. But
and from their language, they have an actual cracker dictionary. So this is not so. We're not putting something on them like anyone.
Okay, and I'll take that. But my point being, let's be clear. Whom is whom in the conversation? That's why I have to keep going back over this, because when I tell you ain't nobody getting no pass on my platform, I'm calling this shit out as it is. Andrew Jackson was a melanated black man. Andrew Jackson was a melanated black man, black European that took black indigenous Indians' land. He was the black man that did the Indian Removal Act.
Yeah.
So I asked again, how did those black folk in Oklahoma get all of that wealth?
Now, what you're saying is, remember I told you this a long time ago. Are you familiar with the nickname Sooners? The Oklahoma Sooners, the University of Oklahoma, is their mascot, is the Sooners. Well, the nickname is the Sooners, but their mascot is the wagon train. You feel me? Now, you probably never paid attention because you don't watch football, but Sean knows what I'm talking about. Every time we have these half-time stories, they have a goddamn wagon, the chuck wagon, right? Go out there, circle the field, and go into halftime bullshit, because these are the settlers that were turned loose that you just described, Rhonda. And they were told, the sooner you get here, the sooner you take this land from these niggas. Okay? Now, at that moment in time, we're still talking about between 1830 and 1850. If I'm not mistaken, anyone can correct me in the chat.
Right.
1850 is the Missouri Compromise, is it not? Somewhere about in that time, 1850, 1854, you had the Nebraska-Kansas Act, right, Sean? I mean, anyone who's on the chat, they can correct me if I'm error of the timeline of the legislation. But the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the Missouri Compromise became two key points on breaking up westward expansion.
We understand all of that. How did those black folks in Oklahoma get to quote keep their land? What made them so special?
What made them so special? Under the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the Missouri Compromise, Oklahoma and Kansas could have become a state like Utah under Mormon control. Maybe they were the black Europeans you're talking about, but I'm talking about melanated people. Whoever the melanated settlers at that time could have had what Elijah Muhammad claimed in the back pages of the Messenger to the black man and the Final Call, claimed we should have a separate state. Did he not? How many years until his death? For 50 years.
Right, but what they got to do with them getting a pass? Because everybody else's shit was taken from them.
I'm not saying they're getting a pass, Rhonda. That's not what I'm describing. I'm agreeing with you in what you're saying. I'm trying to bring clarity on who is the populations that we're talking about. So if they were melanated men in concert in creating these Congresses and these legislatures in Kansas, in Nebraska, in Missouri, in Oklahoma.
Who were the melanated men that sat in those legislative seats back in that day? I'll wait.
No,
I see. That's what happened when you take the deal.
Weren't they black Europeans? Because they certainly were not indigenous, melanated indigenous.
And that's why I think, they took the deal. They went over there. They thought things was all popping, but you can't really just rest on your laurels when you done took the deal. Those people just going to come back and want revenge.
And that's exactly what they did. They said, you niggas will never rise again. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Exactly.
Okay, so now you're talking about white Europeans bombed out the black European.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, now, all right, but but bear with me for a second, okay? 1895 is the Dawes Roll Act. That's when you get these $5 bitches, right? It's fraudulent. Now, are they Caucasian, Mongoloid, Native American? Who then denied the melanated dark skin of the same 5 civilized tribes. Because this is what this woman I'm talking about that was on the panel tonight with Joy Reid was saying, that's been brought to a head where they're now supposedly accepting, and we've heard this in passing in some of our conversations over the past few years, supposedly acknowledging there were melanated members of the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole Nation, which is still focused in Oklahoma, right? Because that's where they were relocated for Indian Territory. And then when they got there, became white or pale skin.
And you can check the records. I got it in my family. I got the fucking record when my family was Indian in the state we're from, and then I go to the Indian roll, and they motherfucking white.
Yeah.
So we already know that.
Okay.
So what makes these people in Oklahoma the exception? They had to have a connection.
What do you mean by the exception?
Everybody else got their shit stolen.
You're going back to whether we're talking about in a European context.
It
so
has to be that. Now, I don't know for sure.
Okay,
I don't know for sure. I'm just using my logic and my deductive reasoning. And when the white folks...
I'm not disagreeing with you. Let me point out another example for your consideration. You know and familiar with Wilmington, right? Wilmington, North Carolina. That was the other example I'll read. 1895 is the Dawes Roll with these crackers, the Sooners, and pay me $5, like steal the shit, okay? Both of which are 2 criminal groups of stealing the land from our indigenous ancestors, okay? I don't care that one is dark, melanated, or the other is pale skin, so-called Caucasian, all right? That's going on, while at the same time, remember where we were moved from is the Carolinas, right? Virginia, North, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Florida. In Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898, you know about the infamous coup and brutal political massacre of the entire elected officials, melanated and white, mostly Republican, because we're talking about the political party we attached ourselves to after Reconstruction. Okay? That same thing happened there in 1898. And to this very day, again, we're talking about a century later, the story is not being told, the content is not understood by future generations, and the curriculum is not being taught.
Right, but do you understand my point of the only reason I'm going through this drill, because I'm not going back to the fuck shit that the white man had the only hand. I'm not going back to that fuck shit. Because the Black European has taken the identity of the indigenous people. So what I am saying to you, when they are telling these stories about Oklahoma. Now, I don't know this for sure because my family records don't go over there. But I know the white people that stole my family's identity, that took their ass to Oklahoma. I am just telling you, deductive reasoning tells me that that's the true story. That it was a select group of Black Europeans that were able to take that title and that were able to go to Oklahoma and that were able to get those oil baron titles, and that was rich and that was millionaires, and they was able to build up Wall Street. You want to know how they was fucking able to build up Wall Street? Because they built the shit from the beginning. It came from Europe. The white man didn't do that. They learned it from him. So they had to stump their ass out. Because the white man just came from up under their oppression. Now, that's just my deductive reasoning. I don't know that for a fact, that that's what went on with that whole
and I'm not saying that's not more or less true. Because, again, remember, we started this discussion. I said, not whether you agree with Navy Fuller Jr. or not. I said, if we're to be the universal man or woman, our first thing to do is tell the truth.
And that's the problem I have
if you don't know.
Well, the problem I have with older scholars like himself, he's a highly intelligent man. Now, if my ass is able to get the information, there's no way he could convince me that he doesn't have the information. I have a problem with that. Just up until recently, he just admitted, melanated people, they were Indians also. So wait a minute, bruh. Wait a minute. I'm holding you accountable for what you have been teaching on your platform for not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, not 4 years. We talking fucking decades. When you've been peddling this out of Africa theory. So no, I'm not going to listen to him until you can put the total truth out. I don't want to hear shit none of them have to say. And the bottom line is they don't talk about how slavery really went down, / indentured servant contracts, and some slaves. There were some slaves. They don't talk about those large slave holders, which were black Europeans. They don't talk about black Europeans running shit. They don't talk about how the white man really got over to this country and what his standing really was. They don't talk about who fucking put the white man there. So until they can come and start telling the truth, I don't want to hear shit none of them got to say. So they're trying to stand up this whole story to prop up what happened to black people so quote, quote, people can benefit. And if we're not careful, it's going to be the same fucking people benefiting that benefited back then. It will not be the indigenous people. So I'm not giving none of them a pass. I don't give a fuck. None of them get a pass. That's what I'm talking about. So he want to talk about the truth? Tell that truth. These scholars walk around here. They have been pushing this out of Africa narrative for fucking decades. And now that the new people have come on the scenes and say, I don't give a fuck what you say. I done the research. I done went back in my family records. I don't have any slavery. Now I found these Indian records. Oh, well, yeah. Black people were Indians. Wait a minute, motherfucker. You said we were all out of Africa. I can't respect that. It makes me think you've been paid. You were pushing an agenda. So I don't want to hear from any of these scholars. All of a sudden you have something to quote, quote, say, and you want to talk about truth. Because you still ain't talking about the truth. Tell it all or don't tell it.
By default, the statements you just made, by not telling it, you're still upholding the lie.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm in agreement with what you're saying. The only point I was making, and I know we're at a different frame of reference in our level of consciousness, okay? When I'm speaking, I'm always speaking about my people in general, at large, that I love, that are misled, that are misguided. So you're correct, and not just your observation. I was just going to add one thing to it about this reparation scam, because that is where it's headed. That's really where it's headed. It's kind of like, you know, how people do things and press back on you and try to prevent you from doing something. So that, remember the old joke about PK's kids? You know, preacher's kid, PK? When they get out the house, they go buck ass wild.
Right? Get off that front porch.
What they've been told not to do. Okay. So this reparations shit is attached to slavery, correct?
Right.
So you can only acquire it and be receiving of it, like this nonsense with the hoochie coochie, as Sandra said. Now they got motherfucking lottery tickets. What was it? Something like, I saw Queen Mother Cheryl put in there, $165 million being pitched in the state of California alone. Mm-hmm. So when I'm telling you, you're going to receive reparations, what must the first thing you require to prove you're a descendant of a slave, right? As we still listen to Mitch McConnell, McCarthy, and all these other supposed of one party fighting tooth and nail of even the acknowledgement of reparation, the rejection a 1619 project. I think you see where I'm going with this, Rhonda, right? So then this massively ignorant population who's still led to believe they're nigger, Negro, colored, black, African American, what are they going to glom onto? Because it's falling out of favor. Like you said, this millennial and Generation Z who has instantaneous access to the internet.
And
right?
that's why I rock with the younger folks. To be real honest, that's why I rock with the younger folks. Because even like Brother Sean with our generation, shit, they almost like gone. But the younger folks, good for y'all. Don't fucking give these motherfuckers a pass, and that's including me. Do you hear me? Don't give them a pass. You call my ass on the carpet if I'm on some bullshit.
So when you see ADOS, well, you know what the tags are. When you see ADOS, quote unquote, American descendant of slaves. When you see BIPOC, BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color. Now, you know that's a slick way of calling us colored people still, right? Mm-hmm. They flip the shit, say people of color, right? So, and I'm not trying to tell these young people how to think. I think they're smart and insightful enough to get what I'm saying. But ultimately, the game is, and Sean says this regularly every week, on signing up for a new motherfucking contract. And the ticket this time is reparations. You feel me? So there can be no intelligent discourse on this if one, as you pointed out already, Rhonda, this is land reclamation, not reparation. Mm-hmm. And you criminal motherfucker can't repair some shit. Well, you can't repair some shit that you fucked up, and you damn sure can't cut a check to repair this.
No.
Okay? So reparations ain't a resolution to nothing. And it's not just a sellout or buying a lotto ticket. And then these diabolical bastards have the nerve to be arrogant enough to say, well, I gave you some money. And what? What the hell is that supposed to mean? First of all, you can't give me my shit back to me and say that you were supposed to be acknowledged of doing something. You stole it. You stole it. Returning it to me is not a fucking badge of honor. Okay? When a criminal is caught in the act of committing a crime, there is now adjudication and punishment, is there not? Mm-hmm. That must happen before there is an illegal term, as far as so-called law and courts, is restitution. And restitution has another little clause they call punitive damage. A motherfucker spilling a goddamn cup of coffee in their lap and they get $250,000 from McDonald's over a fucking 50-cent cup of coffee, right? We've heard this type of diabolical, ridiculous shit given to these supposed pale-skinned people on a regular basis. And a motherfucker assassinate, lynch, and murder us and get probation, right? So there's no equating in this, and I hate to even have this kind of conversation because that's what the moral equivalency bullshit is, to keep us sucked into putting some sort of relativism, you know, when there ain't nothing to relate to our situation. That is why we're the unique beings that we are. There is no one, none, that can compare. There is no damage or horrific thing that has happened, whether you want to talk about the Holocaust or a Holocaust. When you're talking about, goddamn it, pandemics or floods or famine and all this other shit, bring up the biblical stuff. I don't give a damn. No matter which group you're talking about, whether they call themselves an ethnic group, racial categorization, or a geographic location of tribal groups, there is nothing comparative to what our people have gone through. Nothing. Not in historical record, not in contemporary time. And we need, now again, this is my 2 cents, my little ignorant Negro Indian. So we need to dissociate ourselves entirely from everyone, because the reverse is true. Everyone, their mama and whomever, from the cosmos, because I say it every week. I'm going to wrap it up again one more time. Give a fuck where you come from. From the center of the universe to the outer reaches of the fucking Amazon rainforest to the deepest, darkest cave in Australia, or the goddamn Caucasus Mountains and the Urals of Eastern Europe called Russia. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
Okay, brother 832. Thank you. Thank you. So, in closing, this is to my millennials and my Z's. Don't let shit pass. You hold their feet to the motherfucking fire. Elders and all. Hold their feet to the fire. I don't give a fuck if they green, if they yellow, if the motherfucking sky daddy step off the ship. You hold their feet to the fucking fire. Do not stand for any more lies. Do not stand for any more fuckery. Do not stand for any justification. Tell it like it is. Call the people out who did what they did. It's simple as that. We're passing the baton on to you all. So now you should pretty much know the players on that fucking chessboard. Don't be a pawn on that fucking board. Don't be the knight. Don't be the rook. Don't be the king. Don't be the queen. Don't be none of them motherfucking pieces. You be above it. And you call they bitch asses out. Stop the game. That's what we're prepping you for. For those that get upset with Sean and I when we say stop the game, we're telling you that for a fucking reason. They set this shit up real smooth, real motherfucking calm and collective. And as long as you on that motherfucking board, oh, they got something for your ass. Stop the game. You're above the game. You're looking at all them fucking pieces. Now you know whom is whom. Don't go back to sleep. I don't give a fuck what elder they drag out to the motherfucking woodwork. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Call their asses out. You hit them with them truths. You get the motherfucking records and say, bitch, explain this. That's how you stop it. Now, as Neely said, he's absolutely right. Truth is the ultimate. But the problem is, they ain't been telling the motherfucking truth. And telling half truth with lies, motherfucker, that ain't the truth. Hold their asses to the fire. And that's including me. If I'm on some fuck shit, goddammit, call my ass out. Because the difference is, I'm a whole grown ass woman. I don't mind coming over here. Damn, y'all, I fucked up. I was wrong on XYZ. That's what being a motherfucking adult is about. That's what doing stuff out of the pure intention of your heart. This platform is not here to make people motherfucking feel good about themselves. It's for you to get your shit together, know who you are, know your family lineage, and get to work. But if you keep being on the board bullshitting with these same people that fucked you out of your shit, what makes you think it's going to be different? Don't make the mistake our ancestors made. Don't make that mistake. You can clean it up. You've been given this information. Your mind is absorbing this information as truth for a reason. Now you all are going to run with it and make the shit happen. So I don't give a fuck what ancestor, what scholar got an issue with what the fuck I said. No fucks are given on my part. because it's the truth. And you ought to be goddamn ashamed of yourself. For decades, you've been pushing that narrative, and y'all cannot tell me you didn't run across the same fucking information that we done ran across. And you refuse to put the truth out. You're still refusing to put the truth out. I can count on this hand the folks that's talking about the Black European, and it ain't you motherfucking scholars. So millennial, my Z's, hold their asses to the fire. Nobody gets a pass. This is about you all bringing it forward to the future. All of you old heads, sit your motherfucking ass down. You done had decades to do something. You ain't done a goddamn thing but build these organizations, and you done hold and tricked off. You ain't done shit. So sit your motherfucking ass down. All right. So I'll step off the soapbox. All right.
All right then.
Shit. All right. Let's get into this work. Okay, so now we really getting ready to get into Inky Binky them stinking asses, y'all.
Y'all guys push the like button.
Huh?
Push the like button.
Oh, child. The scholars gonna down that. This talking bitch. I dare her say it's not the white man, you bad wench. I'll be all letting in some, bruh. Dispute them motherfucking facts. Funk ass. Talking the same shit for decades. Ain't nobody going back to sleep. All right.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
When they speak of the Book of the Dead, why don't they ever bring up the Necronomicon? They talk about Inky in them. I shared that video with you. It was the audio book.
I hadn't gotten to that. I was trying to get to that, get through that voice lady. So I'll definitely.
Yeah, it's going off into all that. It actually talk about the spells and incantations and everything. It shows the seals and sigils for Nana and Ishtar.
Oh shit! And you know I'm definitely gonna have to go back. I was just so sis, you heard him talking about the sigils and stuff. I just had a conversation with somebody about that a couple weeks ago. So now I'm gonna definitely have to check it out.
Marduk seal, everything. I mean, they showing everybody's seal.
Child, you know I got to watch that. Wait a minute, let me take this off to let New Y in.
It's only fair if I mention this. Curry Mail Ahu.
Uh-huh.
Has a series. I watched number 11. And he talks about Atlantis. He talks about Thought. He talks about the Mayans. And he covered a lot of territory. It was like 2 hours and 57 minutes. And it was very, very informative. He has books written and, with scholars of that day. What he said one of the scholars said is because they ignored the Americans. Back in 1886, I think it was. They ignored the Americas and focused on Europe. And so that is why they haven't got a lot of history of what really went down in the Americas. He said that one of the things that happened that made them start focusing is when rainforest burnt down. And then they found all these artifacts, these buildings, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of buildings and pyramids and all kinds of stuff here in the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was really informative what he had to say, really informative. That may give people a little bit more facts in how our people got where we are today.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm so behind on a lot of my videos and stuff.
I sound far away. I'm sorry. I'll sit up closer to the computer. I was trying not to make noise, so I sat back in my chair.
Oh, no worries. No worry. And yeah, and Brother Mayo, shout out to him. He's one of the brothers that put out stuff about the Black European. Shout out to Brother Legendary Top Cat. He puts out hella information too on the Black Europeans. Doctor is the sister. Her name is Dr. McCarthy. She also puts out information on the Black Europeans. And you even have white folk putting out the information as well. But again, from a melanated content creator's perspective, it's only a handful of us. So the entire story has to be told. So millennials and Zs, we're leaving it up to you. Tell the complete story so the mistakes will never be made again. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I have a problem with people keep talking about the pyramids like it's something great that we created or that our ancestors created. Oh, that was part of the terraforming of Mama tapping off into her grid and the ley line.
Yeah, but you know, people are mixed on that because some are saying that the pointy pyramids, with back in the day, they had the either the copper or gold caps on them, or the Anunnaki.
Yeah, right. So
and
that was called during the patriarchal.
Right, but the stair step ones here over in the Americas, that was, you know, the indigenous people's response to try to counteract their technology. So people are still up in the air on the pyramids because from their perspective, they're thinking two different sets of folks built the different pyramids.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but what happened to them pyramid building folks today?
Well, the mound builders.
The whole thing is the mound builders. All that's during the patriarchal shit.
Right. I'm about to unmute. I'm about to unmute you, Brother Nuwa. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I just want to let him know that. So in case
we got to take it back to the avatar again.
Yeah. So meaning more of the natural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a tropical paradise. It wasn't some industrial or technological place.
Right.
In the aspect as it is now.
Right.
All of this is bare bullshit. All this technology and everything is the bullshit that Inky and whoever
Binky them, right.
and whoever in the Galactic Federation, whether they say that they taught people how to build technology to offset it, which would be bullshit because they sitting up telling you today that they weren't going to be involved to people's consciousness reached a certain level.
Right, funk ass. Right, but go
at a certain level. So all they done was sat back and fucking watched us go through bullshit. And now everybody trying to get the dirty karma up off of them, trying to cut new deals.
Trying to cut new deals. Yeah.
So you got motherfuckers telling you everything.
Right.
Else. Where's all these people, or the Galactics? Let's just stay on there. Why ain't they talking about what it was like before?
Right. Shit, they ain't finna tell on themselves. You kidding me?
No, they tell us, forget about that. Forgive.
Right.
Don't judge.
We're all one.
They're paying us.
Exactly.
The same religious shit.
It is a religious.
Space age context.
It is religious. It's kumbaya. No, fuck that. Sorry, y'all. Hold on.
If we were all one, and all of this bullshit ain't just happening here, it's happening all throughout the multiverse. On all these higher densities, they up there fighting to these higher frequency beings.
Right.
They ain't been able to fucking get along with each other. Now all of a sudden we supposed to accept all of them and all of their bullshit.
Right.
And we still ain't been the focal point of nothing.
Not yet. And fuck all what happened. And the thing that messes me up, we talking 450,000 years worth of fuckery. And I'm still boiling, goddamn, over this 100 and something years ago. Goddamn it. But we supposed to brush all that up under the rug.
Yep. And everybody be loving and all kumbaya like.
Yeah. Empress High.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
They say at that point, when we become all loving and accepting, that they will actually come to us in their physical forms. They won't be channeling. They'll come down and they'll share everything.
Child, they don't want to come and visit me because I'm going to tear that ass up.
But they even admit that the Schumann resonance is off the chart. It's not the same that it's been.
We know. I know.
They can't even keep up.
Yeah, I know. I told y'all that shit a couple of years ago. Told you mama gonna tear that ass up.
So that means they can't keep up with us. So
the
what do they
fuck
have to do?
To try to get you to what? Consent.
Consent.
And that's why I say I'm not consent to a motherfucking thing. Millennials and Z's, get on it. Because I can't even depend on the people in my motherfucking generation because they too fucking wishy-washy to me. Want to be the big dog because they pissed at the boomers that didn't pass that shitty baton because the baton had shit and dirt all over it. It wasn't even going to be a clean baton that they passed. So my generation took a lot of that fucked up logic and ran with it. So I got to shake up my generation to get the true ones out of that. So millennials and Z's, you be careful. You be careful who you listening to with these motherfucking old heads. And if your generation is listening to the old heads, you better side eye that motherfucker. You check everything that everybody say. I don't give a fuck who it is, and that's including me. And you hold their feet to the fire. So Empress High says, sounds like Black Europeans been claiming American to hide they from Europe from us. But their European politics with the Caucasian is very shaky. Absolutely. That's why I'm not shutting up about it. I'm sorry, Brother Sean. Go ahead. I know you had something else to put on it.
I'm good, sis.
Brother Sean, can I add to what you were speaking on?
Of course, brother.
So you're talking about those pyramids, and I've been doing some research in the recent couple of days, and what I come to find out is that those pyramids are actually decoding markers for for other aliens to know whose property that they're on. Basically, the reason why the pyramids are aligned to Orion's belt is because Orion took over this galaxy, and we have been their slaves, and they've been harvesting adrenochrome in children for their gods. So this is why also the pyramids in Mexico line up to Orion. If you go back in history, we know that they've been sacrificing their children to gods, to Baal. They're actually feeding those gods with human sacrifices, so those gods in return give them technology and information that they wouldn't normally have. When you keep speaking on them, when you were speaking on them re-signing a contract and them going back to those aliens basically, and them signing documents, that's basically what they're doing. They're signing to say, give us technology, and in return, we won't look as you steal children for your nefarious purposes.
Right, because wasn't there a galactic, what was the name of the treaty that old girl told us about in the Path to Orion book?
The Elenu Treaty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's really the Orion alliance that is causing the issues. They're the ones that is the reptilians, you would say. They're the ones that are hiding underground with those deep bunkers and all that.
Which would make sense why this lady, Windsor Craig, named this book Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice. So what you're saying, that the pyramids are markers for whose territory this motherfucking federation represents. Is that what you're saying? Because I don't want to misrepresent. And that makes sense to me. That makes perfect sense.
In the Terra Papers. It said in the Terra Papers, remember? He said that he was doing this to show everybody that you don't fuck with him.
Did.
They call it the Nazca Alliance. If you look at the Nazca Alliance, they're actually it's actually a 3D star map that shows you whose territory it is, with Orion's belt and everything located within inside of it. Half of it's in light and half of it's in darkness. And that's where they use their black and white symbology is that they can only tell you half the truth, but they have to maintain the secret in the background.
Right, which is still not the truth if you're going to tell it.
Facts, but that's how they can, as you said,
their duality. Their duality.
The duality. That they can tell you everything, keeps them off their conscience, but they can't tell you the truth because that's what they have to maintain in light, in the darkness side.
Do you all understand why I told you do not be on the chessboard? Do you understand why? Because you're supposed to be looking at the entire picture.
I have another draft for you, Ms. Sarna. So
that was pretty good, brother. Let me give you your bomb. Go ahead.
No, not yet. So another thing is, I have a problem when people are talking about Black Europeans, because the way I see it, they're not really telling people who these people are, and it doesn't give them a full understanding of how they or why they came to America.
Come on now, tell it now.
The research that I'm kind of poking at, I haven't got all my T's and I's dotted and crossed, but from what I'm seeing is that Hitler didn't kill every Jew, right? He only killed a certain portion or a certain sect of what you would call Jewish people for what he would use to trade the aliens for technology. And you know this because if it says that there's like 3 different factions of Jews. Let's say the Sephardic Jews, your Ananiastic Jews, and let's say your regular Jews. Our Sephardic Jews we know as the Black Jews, and it's written that Hitler let us, I forgot the name that they're using exactly, but he let a certain group of Jews leave Germany on first-class trips to America. The Ashkenazi Jews is what he used basically for his trade, and the regular Jews were just mixed up within the pile. They weren't nobody special. The Ashkenazi Jews aren't really Jews, so they don't really, they don't have no weight, so they were used as collateral, and the real Jews were shipped to America and basically blended in with the regular people. So what they say, when they're saying the Irish and all these other sects, the French, and all, some of these, they're part of the Germanic tribe, and those are the ones that were able to leave without any issues before shit went down.
Right, but that was like the last of the migration from the Europeans, right? The predominantly Black Europeans, because they have been coming over all along since the 1500s.
Right, but I'm just talking about Jewish. The Jewish.
Oh, okay, I see. You're giving that connection. Okay,
right.
Gotcha.
If you go into the Jewish people, they divide themselves into like 3 different sects, and the Black sect got let go. The Ashkenazi set was used for collateral, and the other Jews were just mixed up in the bunch.
Now, I ain't one to gossip from in Living Color, and you ain't heard this from me, but a brother on Facebook, Knowledge of Self, I don't know if he made his page back public, but he does hella research, and he's saying that the Hitler that they are showing you was the white Hitler, you know, with the mustache and all of that jazz.
Because you had seen us a picture before.
Right. He was not really the real one. That the real one was melanated.
And he probably got on a boat and said, hey, we're going to use your name and title. Have a good day. And that's when they, as you said, you're saying it right there. He's not the real Hitler.
Right.
So Hitler,
and if Hitler let the real quote, quote, Jews, which you are saying are the melanated people, go safely, and if the real Hitler is melanated,
this is now where the boule comes in. Where are they hiding?
Exactly. I agree with that. I agree with that.
That they're hiding.
I agree with that. That's why it all has to be told.
And then, like I said, the final real thing is that they're in reality, they're worshiping Satan. We know that Jesus isn't real, and we know that it's a play. But all in all, it's the worship of Satanism that this whole thing is really built on. Because Lamouche, Inkel has a daughter. I don't know if you guys have talked to her about her yet, but her name is Lamouche, and it's written that she wanted the blood and the flesh of human beings, and she was talking to the council in heaven. They basically told her no, because those the people on earth are our slaves. They're worshiping all the gods, so we're okay with the fact that they're worshiping the gods, so we're not going to eat them.
Because they were getting their energy that way, right?
They're getting their energy how they wanted it through their different gods.
Exactly.
That one. But she wanted blood and flesh from the actual people, and that's when she got cast out of heaven, which is where I believe the story of actual Satan, Lucifer, is where this coming from, because she's the daughter of Enlil, and basically he's the heavenly being.
Interesting.
And then she gets kicked out of heaven because she wants the blood and flesh of human beings, and basically that's what's happening now. The perverted part of the world is that they drink blood, and they eat human flesh.
So you're saying that Enlil's daughter, with his shit-starting ass,
right?
She represents Lucy. Is that what you're saying?
Lucy's her sister. Lucy, her name is Lamashtu. Lamouche, the goddess, the vampire spirit, and basically she was deformed. She liked taking babies from pregnant women. She birthed all the beasts and the creatures that basically they say were in that time, and basically she's the product of vampirism. When they're giving their babies to whatever statue they're giving it to, they're actually giving it to her. She wants their blood and their flesh. That's who Lamouche is, who they're actually praising. So this is why
I think she's a product of incest.
Sorry?
Oh, is she?
I think she's a product of incest.
Well, it makes sense why she was deformed.
Viper TV studios, they went through all that. They told you, sis, they ain't holding back on none of it.
Child, I'm gonna just have to break down and put them in and get caught up. Wow.
She is Inkil's daughter, and they say she could be from incest, because, like I said, her sister is Lucy, but she's the deformed.
Because Enlil is from incest.
Mm-hmm.
We read that last time we was on here, because I kept saying, why do Enlil get a pass? He the motherfucking shit starter. And then in the Terra Papers, it said Enlil was a favorite because Anu, that's the son of Anu and his sister. So that's incest right there. So he got some fucked up genes out the back.
Facts. And we know that incest has deformities in itself.
Exactly. And it would make sense why supposedly and allegedly those royals back in the day was practicing incest to keep their quote bloodline pure.
Incest and blood sacrifice.
Child. But the pyramids, let me give you your bomb. Wait a minute. Because that you just put something to really ponder.
Lamouche. That's that. If you go to her and her who she is and how her connection is to who, it will kind of it will take all what we've learned previously, kind of put it into perspective.
Okay, I'm gonna look her up, and I'll have something for her next week.
Right, I could send you her statue. There's even a statue of her. She's a really ugly goddess, by the way. And this is where the reptilian in the statue, they show her underneath reptilian beings. So I believe those reptilians are a product of her and a product of the Anunnaki, like lineage. But they're like the deformed. Instead of praying to God, they want to actually eat the flesh of human beings.
So would that not make sense? Y'all remember the pyramids over in now according to them, the Mayan civilization? Which civilization was the one that was doing them blood sacrifices on them motherfucking pyramids?
And I was about to say that too.
Aztec. So that shit makes sense.
There is a picture with a being sitting around a circle with them eating human flesh and that being in front of them. So it's either that being came over and said, basically, worship me and this is how you do it. But basically our ancestors was in that mingling with that being. And here's another thought process is that, you know how there's pictures of skulls or like rooms filled up skulls.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Just dead people, bones are. It's basically saying that the people before us were sacrificed to those beings.
Damn.
In sacrifices, and they basically, we consider it a mud flood. Washing away the blood after the massacre of all the people, because where did all those skulls come from? Where did those rings of people come from? It has to have been some sort of mass sacrifice that basically brought them into that position.
Because in Paris, I don't know if they closed it up, but in Paris underground, they had a huge area of fucking skulls. Right. And they were like, we don't know. I'm like, what y'all mean? Y'all don't know where all these goddamn skulls came from.
Not if a being from underground shows up and just eats everybody.
Damn.
Like that house in Louisiana.
Sorry?
Oh, no, I was saying that house, the LaLaurie house in Louisiana, where she, was torturing all those melanated people and had all the rooms in the basement and stuff. Because I was thinking when you brought up that goddess, the people, I had heard her reference before, and a lot of times it is with the so-called white woman, that's their like God, because also I saw something with Margaret Sanger, and you were talking about people, she wants the blood, and I'm like, Planned Parenthood and children and all that type of stuff. And then also the Luciferians, Mason,
right,
doing their little and stuff.
And even look at the Bible, and I know people in the Bible that's into the Bible, they don't want to look at the shit for what it is. But wasn't the Lord about to tell, who was he about to tell to sacrifice his motherfucking son on the altar, baby?
Abraham.
Are y'all getting this? Are you putting this shit together?
The practice has been in their culture.
Exactly.
And then I guess whoever is Jesus in their world, like Inky or I can't remember who, but that's why now you're sacrificing him, because you're basically giving all your energy to him. I'm looking at, because they don't want you sacrificing men anymore. They say, no, Jesus is your sacrifice. That's why you eat the blood, you eat the bread.
Oh, that makes sense. But they're still sacrificing. They're just sacrificing through energy. Because when you washing yourself in his motherfucking blood, ain't you sacrificing?
Disgusting. Yes, you just sacrifice that.
That's the case. Exactly.
And if you eat the blood, and you eat the bread and the sacraments, you eat his body.
Right.
That's the Catholic part of the Christianity did that.
Eat the bread for his body and the wine for his blood.
Blood, exactly. And that's ritualistic. But the Christians are sit they hypocritical ass after they done fucked and sucked and drank and smoked on Saturday night, drag their ass in with the same sex, breath, and booze and weed on Sunday, and sit there will participate in that ritual, but yet turn around to the spiritual folks that protecting ourselves and tell us we witches. Well, motherfucker, we gotta do something for you goddamn demons.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
Why would anybody want to worship a motherfucker who sacrifices his only begotten son?
He's going to protect you from death.
And that just shows you.
You ain't even protect your own son.
Right, you didn't protect your son. Exactly. And then, where his mama at? Because the mother showed when she be like, nah, I'd rather you take me than my baby.
No, but why would he sacrifice his son for things that he created and knew were going to fuck up?
Exactly.
You got to remember, he know everything.
Right.
They like to sacrifice their children and drink the blood.
He sacrificed his child
for you
and got everybody else to drink his blood.
To sacrifice their child, to sacrifice themselves, and to sacrifice their children. So if you all don't understand,
No, yeah, Sean had it right. He sacrificed his child so we could drink the blood of his sacrifice. Because we're not drinking our children's blood. We're drinking his child's blood.
Right, but aren't you sacrificing yourself by drinking that? Yep. Because what you're sacrificing is a piece of your soul and your energy. And that is why when you go into those baptisms and communion, it's a fucking ritual. And that is why it's hard for people to break the spell of religion.
Because it is a spell that's being worked on.
Exactly.
Technically, it's witchcraft.
It is witchcraft. They got their sigils, all of that. But yet, when us esoteric people tell y'all about sigils and energy and protecting yourself, we the motherfucking witches.
I'm going to say something that I heard, and it's allegedly. The hoochie coochie has fetal matter in it.
That's fact.
Wait a minute. Babies or boo-boo? I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Fetal babies.
Babies. Okay.
Babies.
Okay.
Yeah. And companies like Heinz and McDonald's and all those kind of places, they give you allegedly, they give you human tissue for you to eat.
Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi, all of them.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly and supposedly.
And even like the Dorito, allegedly. So when they say natural flavors, that's what they give you.
No, Doritos has bat guana in it.
Have what?
Boo-boo.
Bat. Yes.
Guana is boo-boo.
Boo-boo.
Ciao.
Yeah, it's not very safe to eat.
Ciao. People wonder why I be growing my own shit.
Eating flesh and blood and then making our bodies sick and then selling us poison for the sickness that they induce with the flesh and the blood that they've been giving us to eat.
Exactly. And to make you crave more of that stuff.
Right. Like, look at what happened at Popeyes with their burger.
You mean the chicken sandwich?
Chicken sandwich.
Yeah. Chow.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
But also look at the fact that people celebrate that. He died for my sins.
Oh,
he
yeah.
died for me.
It's a hell of a spell. It's a hell of a spell.
But wasn't he crucified? So where's this whole thing about he died for your sins? He was crucified. He died a horrible death for you to be a fuck up.
Right.
John, what about the fact that, okay, if he died and he was sacrificed, how come they don't get at the person who sacrificed him? How come they don't see the Romans and the Jewish people sacrificed them? So we should go, vengeance on the Romans and the Jewish people for killing our God.
That's how deep the spell is.
Well, they blamed it on the Jews, remember?
Yeah, but we let Israel stand up. So how come the Jewish people aren't getting piece of that type of, love? You kill my God, bro.
Right, but that's how deep the spell is.
But they did at one time get a piece of it, and I think they changed it later.
They still getting a piece of it.
Exactly.
They get in trouble.
Just identity theft. They got to deal with all that goddamn karma.
Exactly.
And all the bullshit that they didn't do.
Exactly. For taking on that identity. Absolutely.
Well, I'm talking about got in trouble with the Christians before. I mean, this is a new switch they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's the same old fucking label, relabel.
Right, relabeling. Yeah.
Rename. It's the same shit. Ain't nothing changed.
Right.
The name.
Right.
They only call themselves Jews for prosecution.
Nice to them. They were nice to the Jews before.
Right. So, okay. So just as a reminder to my beloved millennials and Zs, it's even deeper than the first conversation I was having about the Black Europeans. We're peeling this back. Now, whether or not you believe any of this stuff about the aliens and about this and about that, at a minimum, you research these religions, you research these origins, and that alone is just going to fuck you up. That's why I am telling you, I'm giving you some advice. Stay off that fucking chessboard. Because every time you put yourself on that chessboard, you're gonna lose. I don't give a fuck if you think you the king or the queen. I'm telling you, you're going to lose. The game was set up for you not to win. You have to be off the board. Because you're supposed to be wiping that motherfucker out of existence. And you create whatever you want to create. But as long as you try to stay on their board, oh, I'm moving from a pawn to a knight to a rook, you're gonna fucking lose. Even if you ultimately get king or queen, you're gonna lose. Because there's players above you controlling that motherfucker. So you're supposed to be above. Watching they motherfucking ass control, wipe them out of existence.
Truth them out of existence.
Exactly. Truth them. God damn it. We felt that together in the ethers, because I promise you that was the next words out of my mouth. Truth them out of existence. Keep putting the truth out there. When people bring you that bullshit, don't let it pass. Put the truth out there, and then you start creating what the fuck you want. But I am telling you, I am advising you, as long as you keep trying to fuck around and navigate in their system, you're gonna lose. Because you're on the board. Be the creator that you are. Don't make the mistakes that our ancestors made, cutting deals. Signing contracts. Every one of them motherfuckers been broken. All right. So let's get into this. Okay, we on page 38. This goddamn moth. That's probably another one that shouldn't be on this planet. What the fuck is their purpose? All right, so we're on Terra Papers. Okay, this is out of print. Okay, so you would have to find it on the internet by Robert Morning Sky. So this is about the origins of these beings coming to planet Earth. And it starts out by talking about the Galactic War. And it talked about how these beings basically was fighting each other. And they were going around the different galaxies colonizing. Okay? And so after wars and all of that, they signed agreements, they signed treaties, and assignment was given to Anu to run things. So those of you that's running around worshiping Anu, he answers to someone, and who knows if he even fucking still in existence, but whatever the case may be. He answered or answers to someone. So those of you that are running around worshiping Anu, and I know specifically a whole group of people were giving a lot of love to Anu. That motherfucker answered or answers to someone. And the same group that was running around worshiping a man, that man was getting his orders from fucking women. So spin on that. All right. So then it kind of goes into Anu and his children, him assigning them on what their particular roles are. So that's where Enki and Enlil comes into play. And then it also gets into the various creations. And then it talked about, we left off on the one creation getting kicked up out of the, instead of it being garden, it was like a energy technology center. And it was because they got kicked out of there because Enki and Leo was going back and forth. So Leo wanted to keep tabs on when these beings made it. So in other words, they just couldn't procreate on their own. It had to be sanctioned. So Enki and Leo was going back and forth, and Enki got pissed and told these beings how to pretty much have sex. And we was kind of giggling, like, okay, how you teach them how to have sex? What exactly did you do? So that was our little joke. And so when Leo found out, like Brother Sean said, he was like, get out. So he kicked them out. So that whole thing mirrors the story of the Garden of Eden and being kicked out. Okay, so that's kind of where we left off. I'm scrolling down because we were on page 38. I'll try. Let me see if it'll let me do it. Okay, because I know this can be flaky. See, it never does what the fuck I ask it to do. Okay, so, yeah, y'all. See, y'all, we can't make this stuff up. Here go Jesus. Name came up, as well as where Jesus or Jesus, the origin of that name, came from.
That's something.
Yeah.
That was a shock.
Yeah, that was a shock.
I'm like, what?
I was like, wow. So it's saying, in time, several of the beasts exhibited, and the beasts are the creation that had got kicked up out the garden. Some of them, because not all of them got kicked up out the garden. In time, several of the beasts exhibited the exceptional ability of learning and communicating its knowledge to other beasts. Prince EA, and that's Inky, y'all, because Inky is a title, right? Let me clear my voice. That's what my loud ass give all that yelling. Inky is a title. So all of you all windmilling for your sky daddy Inky, that's a title, baby. Prince EA, that's what they're saying a real name is. Prince EA and his sister, and the sister was the one, she was the geneticist that came up with the configuration of the beast, which was created as workers. So Prince EA and his sister began to focus most of the attention on them, teaching them so that they might begin to spread the knowledge to others. These teachers, taught by KD himself, became known as the Su. They who knew. The Asu.
Oh.
The teacher spread the way of EA. A later teacher of righteousness would bear the name Isus. Because remember, J didn't exist. Let's be motherfucking clear. You Bible thumpers. You Bible thumpers. You Bible thumpers. You Bible thumpers. You people running around calling yourself Jews. That was not the original name because the letter J did not exist in the alphabet back up in the motherfucking day. So Isus was really Jesus, a variation of EA. So anybody that knows the Anunnaki story, you know that Inky is associated with the fish. Are y'all getting this? So the name Jesus, which was really Isus because the letter J really didn't even exist, is a variation of EA, Inky, and Sus, which means they who knew. All right, so let's get to 38. So we just want to bring that up, so because we was talking about religion and all that jazz. Okay, so this is 38. All right. Okay, I'm going to back up, y'all, because shit, I then probably forgot. Seems like we was further than this, though.
No, you were left off there.
You think this, okay, this is right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what my picture said. I thought maybe I missed something. I'm going to just back up a little bit, family, because we was out. We was off a week. Where? Okay, we're going to talk about the Isus, goddammit. But through personal contact and his Isus, Lord EA gave the Adamus beast. Y'all get that? Adamus? Adam? Is this starting to sound familiar? The Adamus beast, what the Adapa would never get a chance to appreciate beauty. Teaching the beast how to enjoy and feel the wonders of art and music, the prince encoded a sense of self and an awareness of the world around him. Because at this time, a group of them had got kicked out. Untainted by any influence of the Asar system, the Adamus developed a sense of belonging to a family and a sense of shaping and choosing his own destiny. Okay, so now I just want to be clear. When you hear people talking about, their bloodline is tied to the Bible, and then you better be careful of what you're saying. You better be real careful of what you're saying. All right. Now, I have heard Caucasian people admit that they were created, that there was some sort of creation. All right. The prince was pleased. The system would not take hold, not with the beast. It had a chance, or so he hoped. In an effort to ensure the beast would never again be desirable to the system, Lord EA, remember that's Inky, continued to enhance the sexual drive of the creatures. Oh shit, they finna blame it on Inky, y'all. Why folks so horny? Because you know it always gotta be somebody. It's the sisters, because y'all bit the apple. You bitches ain't right. It's always somebody.
Inky was horny in Zachariah Sitchin's book.
What you mean he was horny?
He was knocking on everybody he can get to.
Child.
He like that flesh.
Child. If placed in a situation, I was gonna say something, but you know what? I done had my time tonight of filth, so I just let it go. Thanks to Brother Sean. Shit, put me on the spot. I'm on camera and shit, stuttering and stammering. If placed in a situation of choice, labors in the service of the system or pursuit of sexual pleasure, the beast would always choose sex. Child. So they blame their horniness and folks not being able to control a sex drive on Inky. Child. This would make the beast an undesirable in the eyes of his brother Enlil. So what was Enlil? He was, what do you call, are people that don't like sex asexual? What do you call them?
Asexual.
Okay, it is asexual. So what is he asexual? Because he showed against some sex. He didn't get them motherfuckers time to explain to none of that. He's like, get out! Anyway, two distinct beasts, the Adapa and the Adamus. Now that's interesting. You see how there was two sets? Were part of the planet Eridu. Lord Prince EA, a master geneticist or Genesis Sciences, was Lord L of the beast L EA, or damn Leo.
Mm-hmm. We read that last time.
Yeah, we did. And I'm just remembering it. Prince Enlil, Lord of the Command, was Lord of the obedient servants. As word of Prince EA's beast spread to neighboring stars and galaxies, another group of Genesis lords extended a gift to Lord EA. Well, I thought that he was teaching them all this so they wouldn't be attractive. Child, so what people, so the women start wearing booty shorts and mini skirts and the dudes start working out? Okay, let's see let me just read on. Known as the Aku, they were descended from a bird-like ancestor. The Genesis lords presented EA with a single strand of DNA filament that provided passion. Child. So they were taught the sex stuff. They were taught how to have sex. Then Inky and his sister modified them to really like sex. And so now the bird-like beings gave them a DNA strand that provided passion. Okay, let's see where they going with this. With this one single element, the invisible motivating force that gave a being intense feelings was passed on to the beast of the prince. And with this gift, the atomist beast would have even more passion, more feelings than even the beings of the Asar Empire themselves.
They learned love.
Right.
Wow. You know, there's a movie coming out called Voyagers, and it's basically like in the future, this human race, they bred for their intelligence and being obedient. And so they sent to colonize another planet. But what they don't know is that the people that's controlling the whole experiment, they've been like slipping in their food and their water supply, this thing that represses all of their sexual energies and creative energies and all of that type of stuff. And they begin to figure it out slowly but surely, like, hey, what is this stuff that they're always having us drink? Do you feel different like after you eat, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually, I guess they just come up off of the drug once they realize that it's suppressing everything about them. And then like you just see like all these like scenes of them like kissing and having sex and like getting angry and fighting and getting violent.
Wow.
That's cool, right?
Child. Now, supposedly and allegedly, I know this kind of off topic, but it ain't off topic. Some men that did time in prison was saying that the Kool-Aid that they were spiking that to suppress sexual urges, and that's why some of the men that came out of prison became sterile behind that shit. And one person said they found out because one of the melanated guards was telling them, don't drink that punch, y'all. Don't drink that punch. You don't want to drink that punch. They were like, well, why don't you want me to drink? Because they said they made it really, really sweet. And supposedly and allegedly, that's what the guard told them. So just a little tidbit. Okay, so taken from the cells of the Aku, the offering became known as the gift of the feather. Mm-hmm. So this bird-like creature gave the DNA strand or piece of passion. Thus,
but according to some of the research I've seen, some of these quote unquote higher dimensional beings don't know what empathy or love.
I agree. So where did the bird people get it from? Because they don't have it. Shit.
Because to my limited understanding, this is the only place where you experience all this stuff. So
right,
how the fuck did they bring it to us if they
ain't using it? Right. No, damn. Wait, you know what? Could it be possible that they took DNA strand or sliced the DNA from the original indigenous people?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what the fuck they did, motherfucker. That's what they did. Exactly.
And they had to observe us and do all
exactly. They observed us like, oh, what is that thing of them hugging and kissing each other and having each other's back and being loving? Let's study them. I think that's where they got that strand from. They got it from the indigenous people.
Because they couldn't put it in their creations.
Exactly.
Because now they have a thing called CRISPR, where they can sequence your DNA to get like a specific strand to like, do their little...
Show can. Show can. So yeah, that's where the fuck they got it from. So yeah, it was the gift of the feather, motherfucker. The gift of the feather from the indigenous people, funk asses.
Remember, what's his name? The guy, what's his name? The African guy that said he was an experiment.
Mutwa.
Yeah, Mutwa.
Mutwa.
Yeah.
He was an experiment. They were doing experiments on him.
Child, I can't believe that man admitted what he admitted, but yep, he sure said it.
It was fucking him. That's what they were doing. They was having their way with him.
Yeah, but you know, with that particular act, they were tapping into that Kundalini energy.
Mm-hmm.
Child.
Yeah.
That's what that's about. And that's either way, whether it's back there or with the woman, that's what you're doing. You tapping into Kundalini energy.
Yes, because both of those is the creative force.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the same thing. Exactly.
You need the binary to create. And that's a physical creation. And we all know that we're not just the physical. There are things beyond this world that exist, other dimensions, other energies outside of your body. But people can't think that you can create things that you can't see. And people do that with sex. They're not necessarily having a baby, but they are creating. And it's a creation that you cannot see.
Exactly. Which is why you're supposed to know what you're doing when you're having sex. You have to know what you're doing and you have to understand what you're doing. Which is also why you're not supposed to be just having children by anyone.
And I think that's why they left out this part where they watched us and saw everything we did first and took our DNA for their tests. And I think that's why they was so like strict with the sex and put the limitations on that because they saw,
because it's so powerful. Because you know what? Now,
this world.
See, now let me tell y'all something. If we was doing the shit correctly as indigenous people, do you know we could breed the fuckery out? We could clean this shit up just by having children properly.
Right, but everything been so demonized around gender and sex that people can't even think that that's a very high source of power. They only think of it's high doing wicked things. And they only look at it great when it's inside a very limiting structure. They don't see the possibilities outside of the fucking paradox of what these foreign motherfucking aliens they put on us or whatever.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why they work pretty hard to put the the big this, the big that in front of you, because the urge is taking over what you're really supposed to be doing with it. Because if we was really on our shit, we could clean this shit up in 2 generations. I'm going to say that again. Are you catching what I am saying? Millennials and Zs. If we were really on our shit, we could clean this shit up in 2 generations.
Yeah, we just got to flip that shit. Because I see it's like the root chakra has overpowered the crown chakra.
Absolutely.
It's like that little food pyramid where the bottom is all big and the top is little. When it's supposed to probably be
it's inverted.
Not like that.
Yeah. It's inverted. And that's why we have so many angry folks in the melanated community. Of course, there's the physical component to it, being brought into the world, into poverty, and having a fucked up experience. But the spiritual component is because the 2 parents that brought that particular being into the realm, they were not brought into the realm with that particular powerful force. So that being has to start at the root and work their motherfucking way up to the crown. But if people were on their shit and you have 2 people coming together knowing exactly what they're doing, you would automatically bring a powerful soul into existence, into the realm.
It says,
Uh-huh.
poverty only exists in the system.
True
When we
that.
didn't have this type of system, did nobody do without. Ain't no such
Indeed.
thing as a poor country.
Nope.
There's poor people. All these countries have some type of natural resource unless they've just been terraformed out.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, we originally knew that our wealth was our health,
Absolutely.
our connection with mama.
Yeah, with the land.
We have to get back to the frequency of things. Anytime we sitting up talking about anything material or anything within the context of this system, we still in 3D,
I
so to
agree.
speak. As I've said before, you can't take none of this shit with you. If you still got this shit from this third dimensional realm, guess where you still at?
Indeed.
If you can't see beyond this, people sit up to say all the time, our thoughts create our reality.
Mm-hmm.
How many people are actually able to focus on a single thought until it comes into fruition? Or is your mind all over the place?
Not many.
Because if your mind all over the place, you're not manifesting shit correctly.
Mm-mm.
So are you still going through all the bullshit you're going through because you worried about everything outside of yourself?
Right.
Still ain't tapped in. You still ain't doing none of this spirit work. It don't matter what you read. I don't care how much you read, how far you able to go back. If you ain't doing no spirit work, you ain't doing shit.
I agree.
But regurgitating somebody else's perspective.
Exactly.
If you're not pulling information and knowledge directly from your higher self, you jacking off with somebody else's information.
Exactly.
Period. I digress.
Indeed. Indeed. Okay. So thus, the past.
Knew I got his hand up.
Huh?
Knew I got his hand up.
Oh, okay. Shit. Wait a minute. Because I don't be wanting to show people's numbers. So hold on a second, y'all. Where am I?
I want to mention something too about the Bible. In Psalms 91, they talk a lot about feathers in it.
They talk a lot about what, sis? Say that again.
Feathers. They talk about the feathers that's going to cover you. They always talk about feathers. I was wondering why they talk about feathers.
You had said that. I was thinking about
That's
the like
interesting, sis.
Quetzalcoatl and the feather plume serpent.
Say again?
Mm-hmm.
Quetzalcoatl and the feather plume serpent.
Yeah,
like,
all it's feathers. It's always feathers they talk about in
Brother New, while you on?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
no,
cool.
I just wanted to touch on when you guys were talking about the master genetics and how it correlates to the Bible. Because if anyone that the Bible people go to your Genesis chapter 2, it dictates exactly how the master geneticist did how he did. It said I believe, this is my opinion, he took the bones of a human being, which turned him into dust, and then he took that and made Adam. He then took Adam, put him under some sort of something that made him go to sleep. He drugged Adam, so he went to sleep. He then illegally stole Adam's rib because Adam didn't agree to it. And then he took that rib and then made Eve. So when you're like how they're giving these beings these certain traits is because they're clones. They're basically they have bring them into how you want them to be. They're not indigenous, so they don't have the cues of nature how to go about
exactly.
Isn't it a clue in that chapter that they're not all that if they had to put the man to sleep?
Right. That's right. You have to literally trick the girl. Like, it's like a dating drug. You have to
you have to whack him over the head, to take.
Yeah.
They didn't just reach in there and take it. They just.
And then it wasn't even a him, because the final beast, the sister did that. She was the geneticist.
Exactly. But they had to put him to sleep.
Right. No, whoever it was, yeah, they had to put Adam, their being, to
right.
Sleep, then take advantage of him and do whatever they had to make Eve.
That was so strange to me.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just said they put Adam in the sunken place.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess they figured shit. They created them so they get to do what they want to do.
And he woke him up and say, "Here's your wife." Yeah, he didn't even get a chance to pick it.
The way I look at it too is like, who are now today are the people that don't like women and that are seriously religious, because it almost would say that they had to be trained to like women. So indigenously, I love my women. I could tell other religions don't like their women. So I think it's kind of almost like we know they're not real Jews, and there is a created being on this world. So who's to say that they're not those individuals? They call them the synagogue of Satan, and how do they treat their women? They don't treat them very respectively from an indigenous perspective. So.
Right, but that's all religions don't treat women well. That's across the motherfucking board. They feel that women are supposed to serve them. Now, come on now, let's be real about it. But we know where the origins of this shit come from. We know where the origins of it come from.
That's why they made Adam first, because they're more male centric, I guess, than they are female centric.
Right, because that's all Anunnaki shit, and people want to get in their feelings about they sky daddy, and I say fuck him, because he ain't never had my benefit in heart.
Which is why they're teaching them how to have sex, because that's not how they were created, so they don't know that part of life.
Oh, right.
And remember Adam. And then think about it this way: if I was in the garden and this woman shows up and I was responsible for her, and she does some fuck shit with a snake, and all of a sudden now I'm getting kicked out.
Right.
But I like women. I don't think I'm gonna like women anymore because of that shit. Because like you women now got me in trouble with God, and I'm kicked out of the freaking garden. Women, like, what's wrong with you, women?
Right. Which is why I said, okay, so you gonna go back and blame Eve on the apple. And this the fucked up part about all of this. My lineage ain't from no motherfucking beast.
That's not our story.
I'm indigenous to the motherfucking land. I was here before my lineage was here. My DNA, which you siphoned, was here before them. Right. So when I say I'm not tied to that motherfucking Bible, I mean what the fuck I say.
What's his name?
I said that before I ran into this information.
When I was reading Genesis, I did some research, and I think his first name is Walter Tinsdale.
Uh-huh.
He's the one who wrote Genesis. Because, there was this stuff called God said this, God said that, God said. I said, how he know what God said? And if you look at the book really closely, there's little R's and little other, little characters out there.
Uh-huh.
And you go back, you find that there's a revisions where they put their own words in there.
Yeah, well.
It's edited and it's been changed, so they're speaking, their New Testament into the Old Testament, where in the beginning was the Word. So that's when they say God said. And Walter Tinsdale wrote that.
Well,
it's copywritten. The whole Bible is copywritten.
It is copywritten. It's copywritten, and it's a blueprint for colonization.
Shakespeare, Masonically coded.
Yeah. All right. So Adamus and Inky continue to separate. Of the same roots, initially for the same purpose, the two were now on different paths. Ciao. With time, Prince EA and Prince Leo were able to make both groups work together. The Adapa beasts completed their labors as obedient servants. The Adamus beasts completed the labors in exchange for food and supplies. As Eridu expanded from one compound into many, the use of both beasts became a commonplace occurrence. Eridu was a world of laboring beasts. So that comes into the whole concept of prison planet, basically.
No, there's a place in Africa, South Africa.
Uh-huh.
Buried under weeds and everything, but when they were doing the history of that place, that they said that was the place where they were created. It was out of brick and mortar, this place.
Well, that would make sense with the whole out of Africa theory, wouldn't it? Yeah, that everybody came from Africa. That's why I say again, you better be careful what you're associating yourself with.
Creation came from Africa.
Which creation?
Their creation.
Because again, like I done took and told y'all, my lineage do not tie back to that motherfucking Bible. Right. So the world of Eridu had become the new capital of the faraway solar system, a system nearly destroyed by the war with Lord Azu and his rebels. Its restoration has strengthened the hold of King Anu on the ninth passageway, assuring that his place with the Aryan queens was secure. Okay, so y'all who be windmilling for your sky daddy Anu, he reported up to some queens, to the ladies. Eridu, capital city, Eridu, capital world, and Eridu, the solar system, had become a thriving, productive system. Okay, we're going to go into a little bit of overtime, y'all. Shit, we ain't even get a page in. But the way of the Asar always involved internal war. Of course, they don't know nothing else. Because remember, they had to slice the passion gene from who? The indigenous people. So when we tell you the system is against nature, this is what the fuck we mean. It's not natural. It's not in your benefit. Offspring of both Prince EA and Prince Leo made constant war with each other. Jealousy, envy, and sure want of power motivated members of the royal families to attack each other and seize holdings. And so long as the empire itself was in no way imperiled by the royal wars, they were permitted. So in other words, they no fucks was given long as them ends wasn't messed with. It was good for the young to test their war metal against each other. From these things, the way of the Asar was born. So they basically didn't give a fuck if they if young folks died, any of that over some bullshit. That sounds awfully familiar to me.
Mm-hmm.
And since Prince EA had given the beast the ability to learn and retain the knowledge, many royals began to use the beast in the administration of their small kingdoms, using a beast to control other beasts. To the horror of the prince, many beasts pledged fealty to their fealty. That don't look like that, but okay. Fealty to their lords in exchange for an unending source of food and shelter. That's a cheap ass price.
Sharecropping.
That's a cheap ass price.
England has the fife, the servants.
Uh-huh.
The Lord would give them their place to stay as long as the product went back to the
right.
manor.
But they had to give majority of that to the manor, right?
That's the English structure. That's how they say.
And isn't that slavery? What they say is slavery?
Mm-hmm. They call it a feudal system.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking that word was. But yeah.
That's what it means. It's like, you in the military, you work for the king and whatnot. You go out there and you fight his wars. He gives you some land, he gives you some money.
Then you can get your own and then do the same thing.
That makes sense. The one fear of Prince EA had been that the beast might return to the system if its survival was threatened, and now the fear had been realized. But free will had been part of the experiment of the beast. If Prince EA interfered, he would defeat his own purpose in creating the beast. And so the beast learned war. So y'all get the part where it says free will? Isn't that consent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
There's been a lot of crusades back in their days too, where they got all their stuff because of the free will to join the crusades for the Lord.
Right. Always up under some spell because some lord done told you to do something.
What trips me out is how we're sitting up here going over this and how they refer to themselves as the royals. And
exactly.
And we're talking about motherfucking non-terrestrial beings.
Exactly.
And people are taking those titles and everything and claiming to be a part of.
Right. Running with the bullshit. And even with that, let's say you are a royal. And I kept standing on this. Motherfucker, you ain't indigenous.
Mm-hmm.
So you definitely ain't indigenous to the Americas. But you're not indigenous to the planet.
Exactly.
If that's part of your bloodline.
Mm-hmm. They instituted the hierarchy.
Exactly. Exactly. So like I said, while you windmilling for your sky daddy, windmill for them to pick you the fuck up. Okay, see, I can't make this up, y'all. I've been telling y'all about the chessboard for quite some years now. The wars of the royals were merely planetary. What? What? Planetary what? Chess games with pieces comprised of servants and beasts. Huh. Did I just not say? Stay off of that motherfucking chessboard. Because if you're any one of those pieces, you will not win the game. Reanimation, a technique for bringing a dead being back to life, and medical transplants were always available to the royals in case of an injury or fatality. Yeah.
Necromancy. That's a witchcraft.
Exactly. And let's say that they had the technology to do it. And let's say that the other folks that used the spiritual forces was able to do it, but they were doing it through technology. Same thing, whatever. And don't they show that on, damn, y'all, what's the one, the dude with the hammer?
Thor?
Yeah, didn't they show that on Thor and them? Where they had laid on the motherfucking table and was restoring folks? So that's equivalent to them using that technology to bring people back to life.
Do you see this band's costume?
And you see it's the one that needs electricity. The one that got the power of electricity can reanimate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't it look like one of those Roman gladiator?
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely.
Candles and the thing on his arm to block the sword and all that stuff.
Yep. And his Masonic skirt. But anyhow.
Those dudes, that's what they wore.
But crippling injury, wounds, and death that was for the lowly soldiers on the field, that was saved for the beast. But the beast proved itself again and again. Loyal and intelligent, the beast had become vital participants in the running of Eridu's daily events. The Asar genetic background of the beast had a profound influence in its ability to learn and to adapt to the system. Don't we talk about dismantling that motherfucker?
Mm-hmm. They created something that knows how to assimilate real well.
Right. Right.
Just like all these darkies with all them letters behind their name.
Yep.
That just means you well indoctrinated.
Right. You're well indoctrinated. Absolutely. Through the guiding efforts of Prince E.A., the royals, and the Anunnaki, in time the beast was permitted to minister to its own affairs, to run its own small kingdoms or territory, as long as it continued to pledge its loyalty and fidelity to one of the royal lords, and ultimately to the empire of Asar. And so Adama became part of Eridu. From a role strictly as a slave beast of labor to a role as a contributing member of society with an understanding of faithfulness to a Lord above. The Adama, I'm sorry, what you say?
Roman citizens.
Exactly, Roman citizens.
So I want to say something. That name Asar, one of the Moors, I mean, not the Moors, the Muslims, they use that name. And I'm trying to figure out how they know that name.
What, Adama?
No, Asar.
Oh,
Asar.
do they?
You know that
Same way the Kemetic community know it. Same way the Egyptians know it.
Child.
All of it in the same place.
It's the same thing. Child. That's why y'all could talk about me if you want to for going over this stuff. I got a method to my motherfucking madness.
And then they now just start talking about Jesus as, you know, their Lord and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
When they
But
first
the Galactic Federation channel him.
channel him,
Yeah, he's reduced to channeling through people.
yeah.
Like the rest of the Galactic Federation. They just had one with him the other day where he said his name was Yeshua, Jesus, Sonata.
No,
You
I'm
know, he
talking
called up all of the names.
the Muslims talk about Jesus now. And they didn't do that before. It was always
They
Muhammad.
did.
And now they went to Jesus this and Jesus that. I said, when did they start talking about Jesus?
They always did. That's why Noble drew Ali.
He sure
tied
did.
in all the prophets.
And
He
it's
said he gave
in
credit
his
all the prophets.
is it his the Circle
Circle
7?
Quran.
Yeah, he has Jesus in that Circle 7 Quran.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Farrakhan.
Okay, and they from the same goddamn thing.
Because he trained under them. Under Noble Duality.
Right.
But they have that name Asar in
Now that's fucking me up. Skip the Jesus stuff. The Asar one is fucking me up.
there. Yeah, that was a little much for me when I read that. I said, oh, where did that name come from? I know that name.
So again,
I mean,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Let's take your boy first. Hebrew Israelite Moor. People calling themselves every goddamn
That's
thing.
where I was going with it.
Everything together.
Yeah.
None of this shit make no sense.
Exactly. That's why I go to this stuff. That's exactly why I take the time to painstakingly go through this stuff, because I'm showing you where the fucking origins of this shit came from. And your goddamn master teachers are supposed to know this.
And they do, because they're in legion with these guys.
I mean, they was told they compartmentalize stuff.
I agree.
A lot of these people don't know everything.
I agree. I totally agree.
They programmed it, brainwashed just like everybody else.
I totally agree.
They use a more fancy vocabulary.
Exactly.
Sit there like they got a stick up their butt. Don't mean that
they know. Exactly.
They're the bigger dummies because they don't even think for themselves. If it's not in one of those academic books, then they not hearing it.
They just regurgitating.
Think outside the box.
Exactly. And they picking their name based on something out of a book or based on what some other master teacher gave them, and they don't have a fucking clue.
Right.
So be careful. And I'm talking specifically to the millennials and the Z's, because the other generations, no fucks are given on their part. That's on them. Be careful of the titles you take on. Be very, very careful. That's why I don't play nobody trying to name me.
Because what you're going to do, you're going to end up making yourself a hybrid, just like them other people. Taking on all them titles, you might as well just say, yeah, I'm a splice being. I'm a hybrid.
Yeah, because you're taking on the energy of those titles. Don't nobody name me. My mama named me. I came out of her motherfucking womb. So I don't play that shit. All right. From a role strictly as a slave beast of labor to a role as a contributing member of society with an understanding of faithfulness to a Lord above. The anima had risen to a place above other creatures of the world, second only to his Lord above. So do y'all see how Adam became the favorable being? So we'll do this last little page and then. Child, here come Marduk. Oh shit, we finna to get into it now. The wars of the royals raged on. Faithful Adamists serving on the battlefields for them. Now, that's a goddamn shame, y'all. Adamists them had just got up off the table from being created. So they probably, maybe 2 generations in. And they got their ass fighting for them and everything.
Yeah, but fighting who?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
I was wondering that, too.
That's a good point. Who the fuck was they fighting?
There's some stuff they leaving out.
I agree. Were they possibly going around fucking with that's what I was going to say. The indigenous people, motherfuckers.
Yeah, every time they leave something out, it seems like they go back to...
Yeah, you like, you ain't telling it right. Because I still ain't heard them talk about the indigenous people. So do you all see why this narrative of everybody coming from Adam comes into play? Because yet again, they totally leave out the indigenous people of the planet. That's always totally left out the picture. But logically, I think you all are right. Thank you for pointing that out. Because we know in a motherfucking Bible, their Lord told them to go over there and fuck with the indigenous people, take their shit, because I told you to take it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you all are right.
Because when Cain got put out the garden, he told put the mark on him.
Right.
So that everybody know not to fuck with him.
Right.
So I wonder what was that mark, what type of sigil,
right,
or whatever it was.
You know, in this one show, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the new one, they have this one warlock guy, and he has the mark of Cain on him, and it gives him invincibility, immortality, like he can't die.
Child.
It was like that on that one show too, with the two brothers from Ohio, Supernatural.
Oh, I didn't watch that one.
He wound up with the mark of Cain.
Child. All right, so it's saying Eridu kingdoms rose and fell on the backs and the blood of Adamus. Children of the Lord Enlil and the Lord Ea constantly challenged each other over the rights of domain and power. So probably as they were taking over territories, they kept fighting each other.
Converting people in those areas.
Uh-huh.
Lord.
Making them good citizens.
Exactly.
Lord.
And y'all remember in Lovecraft Country, the white people, that language they spoke was the language of Adam. That witchcraft language was called the language of Adam.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta let Nuwa in. Why he keep getting he must be muting himself. Oh, okay. You in, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to touch on, I think Brother Sean was talking about Cain and Abel. Because the way I see the story is Adam and Eve are created beings, and they were created to blend themselves into our genome. And the way I see that is the snake, in the Bible, the way they say the snake interacted with Eve, they use a certain phrasing. They don't say he just talked to her. He did something to her.
No.
And then she went on her way. Eve.
He knew it.
So
what? Say that again, sis.
This word knew.
That meant sex back up in the day. Yeah. Don't that, ain't that what that mean? That you knew somebody?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
The way I look at it is this way. I don't believe the snake was a male. I'm going to say the snake was a female. The snake deposited her eggs into Eve. And then when Adam was finally taught how to procreate with Eve,
that
he then
was it.
Seeded both seeds, because in the Bible, the God comes up to Eve and say, "Yo, Eve, you know you got 2 babies in your stomach, but don't worry, things are okay." All right. So he knew that there was a second seed in her that shouldn't be there. How did it get there? And then when the seeds now birthed, you got Cain and Abel. And what happens? They say, I think it's Cain killed Abel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what if Cain didn't kill Abel? Cain ate Abel. Because that would be what a snake would do. That would be what a reptilian would do. So that's how I see the situation. It's not just he killed them, and it's not just Cain and Abel. Is that, no, that's how they interfuse themselves into our genome. They birthed themselves through the women, and then they use, once we, let's say, power, position of power was there, they would kill the original and implant their seed.
So let's take that into a scientific perspective. The snake represents
Lilith, I think.
Well, now let's back up. The snake represents DNA strands family.
DNA, the caduceus.
Exactly. The snake represents DNA. And that DNA was put into the woman, those 2 particular bloodlines.
Right.
And also the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail. Because what I was going to say earlier, if you take Cain and Abel and put their names together, it's cannibal.
Damn.
And that's the act that technically would happen because he ate his brother.
And her seed strives against his seed forever. So
right.
they fight each other right now.
Well, we're not fighting each other. We're fighting that genome.
Exactly.
Against the original genome. So when they say all black, what's the phrasing? Not all black look alike, or all blacking, whatever. What's the phrasing?
All skin folk. Exactly.
That's what they were basically saying.
Exactly.
Yes, Adam, Cain, and Abel, all skin folk and kinfolk, because we're not the same seed.
And why do you think we keep talking about? Damn it! I'm not even recording this. God damn. Try to have a backup recording. Ain't that a bitch? Why do you think that we keep telling y'all it's about bloodline? We know why we telling y'all this. It's a deeper message. I keep telling y'all, get out that motherfucking skin color and look at the bloodline. If you look at the bloodline, you'll see how people move. And you'll see the shit for what it really is. So, damn, that's a good point.
And Leo's symbol is the serpent.
Damn.
That really just blew my mind, though, New Why. I'm like, whoa, hold up, wait.
That's been blowing my mind for a minute, bro.
It makes complete sense. Like, wow.
So again, when you're tying your bloodline back to the Bible, you better know what you're doing. And if that's your bloodline, don't be ashamed with it. Rock with it, do you, boo. But just understand what comes with that. And I'm going to be clear. You're not owed anything.
Nothing.
Planet Earth don't owe you anything. Mother Earth don't owe you anything. The indigenous people don't owe you anything. Who owes you something is your daddy Anunim.
You ain't getting nothing from them.
So you can't mix. You can't mix it up and say, oh, I'm a king and queen. My bloodline is this. I tie to this. I'm the blood of the Abraham. I'm a this, I'm a that. You can be all of that, boo. But just understand, you're not indigenous to planet Earth. Mother Earth doesn't owe you anything. The indigenous people don't owe you anything. And that's why the indigenous people tell you, get the fuck on with your system. Your sky daddy owes you that. Your sky daddy made a promise to you. So channel your sky daddy and have them come and pick you the fuck up to give you what was promised to you.
There was promised hell.
Well, that's between them and they sky daddy. Shit.
I'm just saying that's what they getting too, because they was born in sin.
Well,
nothing until they do this or do that. So, and they accept it.
Shit. Well, you know that's between them and they Lord. I'm just telling them, goddammit, you can't have it both ways.
You hear him say it all the time. I'm a sinner. I wasn't nothing before he blessed me.
And that's fine. Y'all can take that on back to your motherfucking galaxy.
Yep,
you can discuss that with your Lord now.
Being consecrated with blood.
Right. Discuss all that with them. And so now that Mother Earth, like, yeah, get the fuck on. That's why they can't keep up with her frequency. I've been telling y'all this for fucking years.
That's why they actually want our blood and plasma, because they want to get the genetic makeup of what we're turning into.
Exactly, and it'll never work because we switching that shit up. It won't work. We already knew.
I just got an advertisement for my plasma this week.
We already knew. They'll never be able to unlock that genetic code. So what you concentrate on is having your sky daddy them pick you the fuck up. They owe you something. Planet Earth don't owe you a motherfucking thing.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
But that thing with them doing away with the slave history narrative,
Mm-hmm.
that also puts them in place for reparations to flip the whole narrative.
Absolutely.
Once again, to get our people emotionally involved.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck shit?
To sit up and abandon the fact that we're the original people.
Mm-hmm.
People still gonna claim to the slave. How they gonna get reparations? They didn't go through none of this. Ignoring the fact that they were the actual fucking slaves.
Yeah, I just had this conversation earlier this week with someone, and I was running down who was whom, and I didn't even have to bring that up to the person. The person was so sharp, they said, oh man, that's why reparations can't happen the way they're trying to get it to happen. I said, exactly. And so this person said, that's why white people got reparations already.
And as you see in here, they talk about each one of them's beast fighting each other, rising in rank, getting more privileges.
Yep.
The exact same thing that's going on, period. I mean, look at all these people that come over here.
It's the same system since inception.
They join this military and will actually go back to their motherland and kill people that look just like them. All for citizenship.
Exactly.
All for the Lord's approval.
Exactly.
Same
when
thing.
their Lord, let's be clear, when their Lord don't own a motherfucking thing either.
Exactly.
So that means that, just to be clear, that means from the Americas, really across Mother Earth, period, and that even means your sky daddy. They don't own nothing. They ain't even created nothing. Because the planet was already here. All they did was colonize and terraformed.
They brought technology.
Exactly.
You
So
fucked everything this side.
right. So whatever your Lord promised you, that don't have shit to do with Mother Earth. That don't have shit to do with the original people. You take that up with your Lord and your sky daddy. So if you're going to claim your heritage of the Bible, you got to claim it all, boo. So you can lie to yourself. I'm telling you, this is what the deal is. And what you get, that's none of my business. That's between you and your sky daddy. But it don't have nothing to do with this planet. And in your sky daddy's motherfucking defense, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. When you bring that bullshit to them, what your sky daddy going to tell you, motherfucker, I ain't never said you was going to inherit that. I told you don't worry about that because, the heavens is yours. So that your sky daddy already telling you, bitch, you don't belong here. All right. And so began the era that would see the war of the Great Takeover and attempt by Lord Prince Marduk, son of Lord Ea, king of the beast. Okay, so Marduk, and I always forget who he is or was. That's Enki's son. An accomplished master in the skills of the Dak warriors. Remember, they were back way up when we read They were some hellified fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Prince Marduk wanted to become king of the system of Eridu, challenging other royal family members for the throne, including his uncle, Prince Enlil, and even his father, Lord Ea, which is Enki. Marduk would use war, works of intrigue, and even the deadly art of betrayal to try to seize the throne. Child. His father, Ea, had been deprived of the throne of Eridu, so that's Enki, and Asar. He, Marduk, would not suffer the same fate. But in the midst of his rise to power, Prince Marduk was wrongfully accused of the assassination of his own brother, Lord Prince Dumunzi. Refusing to be imprisoned, Marduk chose to fight against his accusers, taking refuge in a pyramid fortress. A hasty council was called, the decision made to end the war by sealing Marduk into his stone structure. Trapped within, Prince Marduk was doomed to death. Damn, y'all, well, this is a good place to leave off. But fortune was with him. Several of his followers were able to tunnel up from beneath the structure, thereby giving Marduk an opportunity to escape. With the bounty on his head, Prince Marduk fled into the heavens. That sounds like Jesus' story to me.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Jesus crucified and he went up in the tomb and the stone was put...
3 days later he rose.
Exactly. But others say that somebody removed the motherfucking stone and really he wasn't dead when they put him up in there. And he was pulled up out of there and was really nursed back to health. But yeah, that sounds like Jesus' story to me. Okay, and for a while, peace once again came to Eridu, but as is the way of Azar Empire, it would not last long. So let me take a picture of where we left off, because we done went into overtime. Child, these shit starting Anunnaki, I can't with them. All right, there we go.
Everybody sit up here and tell you that they lie, kill,
steal, cheat,
do everything, and people want to be associated with this.
Oh yeah,
bullshit.
They swings hard for they sky daddy, baby. Will cuss you all plumb the hell on out. So, child, it is what it is. So, hey, peace and love, brother. Antoine, it's good to hear from you.
It's good to hear y'all too.
Yeah.
Peace and love, all y'all.
Peace and love, brother.
Oh yeah, you know, everything just unfolding, watching everything, and I just wanted to put in everything that they talk about right now. What you reading?
Mm-hmm.
They put that in that Stargate SG-1.
Yeah.
And how they go to how they go through the of course, which is the point of zero, which is nothing, which connects everything. Zero, nothing is everything. So that connects so they can go to different points and different planets and whatnot, different planes, and interact with the other humans and other indigenous people on their different planes. And they talk about how they talk about how, Heru, all of them is beefing with each other, which they ain't nothing but these other low-level creatures, none but little serpents. That's why they had a serpent on the head and whatnot. The little serpents, and they infiltrate the bodies of us, the indigenous. Those that they can't, they use them as housing units for their babies because they infiltrate them, but they can use their bodies to house them and grow them. And then they use the whiter folks and whatnot, the white people, because their bodies is the half and half. They're the ones that's the weakest. They can infiltrate, go in there and do what they do. That's what it is with with Eve. He was nothing but a serpent, went in there, and like they even talk about it on the first episode. Creature, she was looking for a body. She's looking for a body. They grabbing females from other planets. She's looking for a body. Then when she found this one, she was like, yeah. They flipped her on her back, And then she came out the one woman, the housing unit who she couldn't go into, and she crawled up her back and went into her. And then when they invade them, their eyes glow and whatnot. And of course, they take over the body. They wrap around the spinal cord and inject themselves into the brain, just like how they hijacked them up into the matrix. They latch on to the brain. So they going. So with the people, the white folks, the military, they playing the role as the awakened indigenous people, going to different planets, waking up the indigenous people, letting them know what's going on, so they can fight against the sky daddies. You feel me?
Right. Yeah.
And of course they had an indigenous brother, the dude, his name is Tilt, who housing one of them, but they know he can't do nothing. That one can't do nothing because he's just a housing unit, and that one he's young. But all of the those entities, they all know what's going on from birth. They know what they supposed to do. They know what they on all that. And so now they just talking about it. They just, what's going on now is we ourselves, the indigenous, ain't got the ability to just be, with the technology to jump from plane to plane yet. We ain't tapped in and start really coming together and going back to creating our own technology, doing our own thing 100%. So we can go and be like, okay, we got y'all niggas now. We up to date. So now it's time to take y'all out and whatnot.
Right. And we don't even have to fight with them one-on-one like that because
they weak.
Right, because just totally shut them down and wipe them out of existence. And yeah, I see Mikey G13. What the fuck you doing up in here, blood? Call yourself being nickel-ass slick trolling.
That means you're on.
Huh?
It means you're on one. If they send out the trolls, that means we're onto something.
Yeah, all the time. I'm like, why you fucking with this little channel?
Yeah, that's what they doing. They know that's what they be doing. They resets. And
exactly.
That's what they do. They do a full reset. They build a civilization on top of another civilization.
Exactly.
Reset the technology, all that.
Uh-huh.
So
but in order for them resets to work, the populace has to be under the spell. Because I really believe they are trying to reset it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not working this time. Because number one, Mama Earth is awake and she's rising, and then a certain percentage of the populace, it's just not going to happen.
That's where TV comes in.
Exactly.
All the individuals to think and have less individual thought, and whatever television tells you is what you regurgitate. And then it's like today, we all know that the vax is poison, but how many people are still lining up
right
to get the shots? So they're able to do that. They've been able to infiltrate the mind very successfully.
Right.
But
right.
what effed them up is they own demise, which is what that internet. They hate that. Because why? We can go on there and pass
exactly
on what we're doing. So now they know, like, damn. And then on top of that, the ones that they made their deals with, who was, of course, doing the Asians, all those different groups, they're starting to see, like, damn, this ain't the move.
Right.
They're starting to see, like, damn, like, this ain't the move. So either they gonna basically we gonna come and they're gonna connect with their sky daddy, or they gonna basically take over their own. And now they see that, we can't connect with them, because if we do, we just gonna get back into slavery. And they're not trying to go back. They're not trying to go back into the reset of consistent, never-ending slavery.
Exactly. And I think the real nail in the coffin was a combination of things, of the indigenous people waking up. And it's like I told y'all, it does not take 99%. I told y'all it only takes 1%. Okay, so it's a combination of indigenous people waking up and the other populace waking up. Because that whole mud flood stuff, that didn't come from melanated people. That came from Caucasian folks doing their research and putting them receipts out there. And that shit hit them hard. As it should. Shit, it hit me hard. Like, oh, hell no. None of this is what they've been telling us. And that's all we needed.
They ain't trying to go back into slavery.
No, who wants to? We all been used. We have all been used.
That's why they fight so hard for the flag, because they don't want the British rule, essentially, where they came from.
Yeah.
Right, and those flags themselves, you all know those are sigils, right?
Yeah.
They're sigils.
The thing is, though, in honoring their father and creator, they fate is already sealed. That's who created them. That's who they have to return to.
Right, and again, that's their business.
That's why they keep trying to hold on to us.
And you can't, boo, because I keep telling y'all, I haven't talked about the plasma in a while. I keep telling y'all that plasma gonna light folks up.
Now that they're magnetic, yeah.
Everybody has to return to where they're supposed to be. It's a frequency thing. So if you hold on to something and you're not the right voltage, what happens to you? You get electrocuted.
As if you're not resonating with the right frequency, you're off resonance.
Exactly. So it's really nothing to hold on to. Everybody has to be in their proper position. And don't think that this is just going to be all melanated people, because we done already ran through this to tell you all this is about bloodline. Because you have melanated folks that are a part of that Anunnaki bloodline.
You're Black Jews.
So you can't hold on to the indigenous people and think you're gonna make it to go into the next realm, the higher frequency realm, which they're calling the age of Aquarius. You can't fucking hold on. You got to be resignating to step into that realm. So go on and make arrangements with your sky daddy and them. It's okay. That's okay if that's your bloodline. You've been claiming it all this time. Go on and have them conversations.
They want us to save them.
And I'm telling y'all, it ain't going to happen.
They want to sacrifice us to save them.
I'm telling y'all, it's not going to happen.
They want us to save them, baby. They want us to save them by coming together. They want us to save them by
it's not going to breed
no more.
Exactly, because they want us
with them
to create the realm that includes them. And I'm telling you, it won't fucking happen.
And this is where the play of Black American comes in, where they brought us all together to amalgamate.
Exactly.
Confused as to who's really who. And
who is whom. That's why I be so gangster with it. Nah, motherfucker. Nah, we not finna put that on the white man. Let's be goddamn specific. I know why I do what I do. Mm-hmm. We cannot save them. We're not gonna save you. We're not creating a realm that includes you. Make arrangements with your people now. Go on and rep your bloodline. You've been repping it all this motherfucking time. Now don't jump on the indigenous side. You've been that all along. Keep on rocking with that, but make arrangements with your people. And no matter what script they give you to try to attach yourself to the indigenous people, to try to build with the indigenous people, I am telling you, it's not going to happen.
That's why they're trying to reset everything.
Exactly. We have not written you into a motherfucking thing, because the way we got it set up, you won't even be able to survive. You can step your ass across there if you want to. I'm telling you, you won't be able to survive.
I'll say the opposite is we're not even in any of their scripture or any of their anything to do with anything they're doing. That Bible has nothing to do with us, essentially.
And I've been telling people that for years. People been upset. I don't give a fuck. I'm just can speak on my bloodline. So now you go do your own research. If that's your people, that's your people. Rep your people, do your stuff. But what I am telling you is you cannot mix the two. You can't mix the two. That's why these millennials and these Z's, they come in and they stepping in your ass when you're trying to mix this doctrine, because you're trying to mix the bloodlines, and we take fucking offense to that because it's spiritual.
That's why they want to vax your babies.
Yeah.
And as far as for tying the Bible to America,
Ciao.
let's say you can do it. All it's talking about is the colonization of America.
Yeah, and people still don't even give a fuck about none of that.
It's talking about the wars in America brought on us by unholy people.
Exactly.
Hybrids.
Claiming to be holy.
Uh-huh.
And people will see this. They talk about the Nephilim, all these other things in the Bible to try and tie it in with the reset.
Yep.
Which is a part of the system.
Mm-hmm.
Seeking financial gain.
Yep.
By any means
necessary. Yep.
Anything. To this system.
Yep. Even if the shit don't belong to you. Why people got in their feelings about the motherfucking land patents, and I said what the fuck I said. So just fuck all what I said. Because you feel that you can get some benefit, which you ain't gonna get, by the way. But since you feel you gonna get some benefit for some shit that may not even be yours, you trying to sit and tell me you don't give a fuck, but you want to convince me that you're of the indigenous bloodline? That's what the fuck you trying to convince me? See, I'm only matching your, I'm only reading your motherfucking energy. Your energy tells me what your intentions are. And see, I have an issue with people that you don't give a fuck how your people got something. Because somebody gave your people a piece of paper, you're entitled. And I'm telling you, you're not entitled to a motherfucking thing if you're not indigenous. I don't give a goddamn about that paperwork. And guess what? You run that paperwork to the system. They gonna show you what they feel about that paperwork.
You heard what happened to what's your boy? Your boy brother? Remember what you said about your boy brother in Leah? What was his name? I told him he had to sit down until retirement about that paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you know what? The main another reason why they hate, especially like my generation and whatnot, and then Avery's generation, is that even though that these other groups, they were destined for servitude, and all the Nephilim, all that. What we have the power of doing is we have the power of enlightening lower vibrational, anti-vibrational beings to not only break apart from that, but to create their own lane. And even though they know they can't be here, they know that they ain't got to serve them, and they can break apart from that.
And that's a very good point. That is a very good point.
And that's the main thing that they don't want us.
They don't want, because that means they have nobody then.
Exactly.
They have nobody. And that's why I am advising the millennials and the Z's, you create the world you want. You don't build your shit on a fucked up foundation. You create the world that you want. You ain't got to drag nobody else along. You ain't got to drag us old heads along with you. You ain't got to drag the low vibrational people along with you. Create what you want, or either they gonna rise up to be able to live in that kingdom, or that means they don't fucking deserve to be there. This shit is real simple. It's not their time. When they get their shit together, if they are of that bloodline, they will get there. It's you all's time now. I am advising you, don't build your shit on this fucked up foundation. You better question it all.
Not our foundation.
No, it's not. Because it wasn't my generation's foundation.
We were subjugated to this.
Exactly.
Foundation that you got to find itself. And everything else is an extension of that. That's what you have to do. You got to put in the spirit work.
Exactly.
I'm not telling you whose teachings to follow, this, that, or the other. What you need to know is within you.
Absolutely.
It's an individual thing. And that's what y'all have to tap into. Y'all getting everything that took us decades.
Ooh, child, Lord, yes.
And y'all getting it on the fast track.
I mean, real fast.
So while y'all still have the youth and strength and endurance and the physical to match that or supersede that spiritually, that's all the difference.
Exactly.
That's all that's needed.
Exactly. You all go ahead and do it. We got the old heads. We got them. Don't even fuck with the old heads. Don't even fuck with them. Do y'all. Old heads have no business leading anything. I know what I'm doing when, you gonna start a trial. I'm not starting a motherfucking thing. I'm doing exactly what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Put the information out there. Tell it like it is. You all need to create and build. Do not lose the sight of the spiritual side. Start on the spiritual side to bring it into fruition, into the physical. The rest of that baggage, the rest of that shit with the old heads, the system, the foundation, let that shit die. And you let it die with this. You don't have to raise not yet another generation up in the fuckery. Let it die. So, all right, y'all. Shit, it's 12. It's going on 12. So, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family? Uh-oh, sis.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were muted. Okay.
It's another room. This is really enlightening. I mean, it's just like, holy mackerel. I was brought up in the church since I was 5 years old. So it's hard things to change because my parents, when we asked the question, were we slaves? I asked my grandparent that. And woo, man, I'm glad to still be here. Yeah, because she was very upset with that, But they didn't talk to us when we were kids. I had to learn it the hard way.
Yeah, exactly.
our generation, younger generation, us old folks, I'm speaking about myself, is able to show you where it's not what they've been telling you all your life.
Exactly. And what didn't work?
It didn't work for us. You know,
exactly.
You were this child of God and this child of God and all this kind of stuff. And it's not truth. It's not truth. But I hear the patriots talking, just like you young men said, and they know that they were slaves. And a lot of them, I think, know they were created. So
yeah, I've been hearing that too, and not from the Patriots, but I've been hearing it from other channels that have a pretty big following. They have come out and said that. So absolutely, sis.
Yeah, and so you know it's enlightening because they made us feel inferior all our lives, but now you can just stand tall because you are part of this planet. And there, you know, and that you have a legacy.
Exactly.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Absolutely.
You know, I know my parents used to talk about all these Indians are Indian this and she's over there with this tribe and that tribe, that tribe. But that it didn't register on me as a child because they weren't saying you, us. You know, they talk about this person in our family, that person over there working with this, you know, all this kind of stuff. But they never said that that's who we were. Until, you know, I was older than I understood, or maybe
right.
I was to understand. But they have laws out there for us that you can't tell anybody who you are. So they made it hard on us to find our identity, but it's coming out there now.
Exactly. It's already out. The genie per se is already out the bottle. So all that, you know, the baby boomers went through, all that the Gen X went through, y'all don't have to go through that.
You don't.
So that's why I'm not finna sit up here and tell you no fucked up old ass doctrine that brother so-and-so now motherfucking done did some 5, 10, 20 years ago, and them bitches is recycling that stuff, and they only recycling it to try to recruit some new folks. Let all that shit go. Because the motherfucker peddling that package, show yourself approved. I'm just, 6 years into this? A motherfucker ain't showed me yet. I've heard a lot of talk. I heard a lot of big talk. Ain't a motherfucker yet showed that shit approved.
Mm-mm.
So I'm not going to sell you all nothing where the shit don't work. It's not supposed to work. We are the caretakers of the planet. So why are we using the conquerors, the colonizers' shit? I'm going to say that again. We are the indigenous people of the planet. Why are you trying to utilize the conqueror's shit? Create your own. Do it. You don't need to wait for the old heads. Matter of fact, I told y'all, don't even be fucking with the old heads. You don't need to wait for the lower level people to catch up. What I am telling you, do it. And it starts here. Starts with self. It starts with your home. It starts with the legacy you're leaving for your children, for your family. Do it. Be it.
Well, I'm going to sign out because I got to go. I'm going to say goodnight to the family.
All right, sis. Thanks for joining us. Thanks, sis.
I enjoyed it.
Okay, son, Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
You know, I guess it just boils down. I feel like I always come back to this, and it's just because that's what it just boils down to. Like, we have to like you said, we have to be creators. We have to change, create. We have to destroy and build again. It ain't no utilizing the conqueror's shit. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You got to start from scratch. And you have the ability to do that. We're reading all of this stuff. They couldn't even reanimate their little creations without getting the feathered DNA sequence from us.
Right.
They watching us. And this makes me think too, like how like everything is modeled off of our like body and makeup and stuff, like a car, computers, and all this type of stuff. And it really makes me think that even though we think we're like, these flesh beings and we got these souls and spirits, but like, what if we is already the computers? It seems like we're already the computers. We can download, we can upload, we can project, and all this type of stuff. We can be programmed. And, if we realize that we are the computer, we can write a new program. Exactly. If we are the playwright, we can write a new script. We can film a new movie. We don't have to just accept the propaganda. We know it's propaganda. We know it's controlled opposition. We know it's psyops. So, everything, nothing without intention. So if they're going to do this towards us, we have the power to do it tenfold. You want to project some bullshit onto us? Well, we're going to project some real shit onto y'all. And like you said, we can create them out of existence. Exactly. We can create a whole new realm. It's like that Twilight Zone episode with the little boy who, whatever he thought, he could make it happen. Exactly. We can do that. We're not little brats. We have the right. We deserve this. Absolutely. This is our birthright.
That's right.
We're the stewards of this land, of this realm, of this world. We're the guardians of the galaxy. Since every being, creature, thing want to come up and through here, we's the ones that got to hold it down. We can't just let motherfuckers come up in our place and change shit, fucking not cleaning out the bathroom after you use it, motherfucking eating all the food out of the refrigerator, motherfucking inviting your homies over to kick it and shit and not cleaning up, being all loud while I'm trying to. So, we really have the power. And when we say creators, people might think it's very like much so a broad term. Like, what do you mean? I don't make music. I'm not an actor or something like that. But you can create anything. Like, on a very simple level, if you have a family, you create your family. You create your home. You create your foundation. We talk about the land and we are stewards of the land. Your garden, what you create. If you are into just this, what we're doing on this YouTube, talking to each other, we're creating this dialogue. We're actually we're shifting the paradigm by putting this information out here. Right. And, linking up with like minds. It's like the whole concept of church when they say, if you come together in prayer, you can, get anything and whatnot. Exactly. But just think about, outside of the construct of the religion, the energy still exists. We come together, harness our energy, project a greater reality for ourselves and for our children and generations to come, then they are at a loss because not only do they not have their base material anymore, they don't have us to work from. They don't have our fears. They don't have, our DNA, whatever the case may be. We can overcome it because their source is us. So, if we just get out of the trap of being distracted and full of fear and believing everything that they done told us, blindly just accepting, anything and everything. I understand my people, it's hard, people, you gotta live your life, you gotta whatever function. But it's like Neo. You gotta be like, we get it. We all born in this matrix. But once you wake up, you gotta be in and out this bitch. Exactly. At this point, it ain't no matrix is destroyed. Like, obviously it's not. So you gotta don't jack into that bitch, but you better hack it. You better hack that bitch and you better manipulate it for your own benefit, for your own people's benefit. Don't go into the system thinking like, I'm trying to get something. I'm trying to, what's the deal? I want a deal. I want to get signed up, put me on, all this type of stuff, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for you to come, looking for to offer up your consent and your energy. So at the end of the day, whatever you can think of it in your mind, really go into yourself and like, what can I create for myself, for my family, for my friends, for this world, for the betterment? And it's going to come to you. Like, like for myself, when I don't know something, I just ask it myself. I ask it out into the world. And sometimes the answer comes back to you. It's not God coming out of the sky like, this is the answer. But you might be having a conversation and some random person walking by is having a conversation and they say something that is literally the answer to what you were talking about. Right. Or you watch a movie or TV show or something, whatever. It's going to come to you because you put that intention there. I have a question and I need answers. Indeed. And so be a creator, ask those questions, and be fearless.
Indeed. All right. Thank you, son Scotty. Very well said. Very well said. Brother Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
I'll simply say like this. I'm a 80s baby. So I'd just like to thank Brother 832, Uncle Sean, Auntie Sandra, and Auntie Rhonda for holding this type of energy that allows us to resonate with and, how can I say, re-understand the things that we were lost and manipulated not to know. With that, I'd like to say I love you to Brother Wendell. I love you to Brother Scotty Saturn. It's time that we show unconditional love to each other again. Indeed. Because they made that unpopular and they taught us gangsterism and hate towards each other. So it's for us to help Generation Z and Y coming up the pipeline. We got to show them that treating each other with unconditional love is what we should be doing and how we should be. Showing them the respect for women, putting women back in the position they should be in, and not how we were told to treat them, because that's where we are losing our energy, our power from.
Alert from low battery.
Thank you, robot. We're disrespecting women. So overall, thank everyone that's comes out every week and participates with us, because without your energy, this would be for nothing. And with that, give thanks, and see y'all next week.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Nuwa.
Thank you too.
And just to put something on that, we as the aunties and uncles, we not the elders yet. Give me about 10 more years, you can put that elder title on me. We're not the elders yet.
No, you're our elders, though. We are
exactly.
Just as how Generation Z is looking up to us.
Exactly. But our role is an advisor. I'm going to restate that again. As the aunties and uncles, our role is the advisor. It's not to lead. We are here to advise you all as you're stepping into your roles, as you're creating. So I want you all to think of that when you have aunties and uncles coming to you wanting to lead. Now, me personally, I take offense to that, because it's not your time. It's not the aunties and uncles' time. It's you all's time. We are just advisors. Okay? And you all are going to win. You're going to take it across the board. Stay focused. All right. So, Brother Antoine, you have any last words for the family?
First, I just want to say, I really thank everybody for just taking a chance to just take that foot forward and make the choices to do what we were taught not to do, which was stand up for ourselves and make this change and reject the bull crap.
Exactly.
Like Rhonda said, Elder Sean said, they are advisors. They're the ones who have seen the bull crap and they done lived through it, and they know what worked and what didn't. And they looking for a new. So when they transition on with knowing that the bullshit was laid to rest.
Exactly.
personally for me, what she's saying is 100% true because I'm seeing it every day and how I'm conducting myself with people and moving. You know, with us, when they found us and they tapped in with us, they knew that they used us to make clones and make different races and even take indigenous people to different planes and put them in a state to where they were slaves and do what they did. And it's going to take us to reverse the bull crap.
Absolutely.
And not only here, but on other planes as well, because they suffering too. We in the spot to where it's basically the wild west. Whoever get to it first is gonna be the ones whoever get the gold is gonna make the rules. And we are no longer bound to the bull crap contracts of the past.
That's over.
It's over with. Whatever you focus on and whatever you manifest is what's finna come. And you better be able to accept the price, the ticket that come with it, good or bad. Stay focused, trust yourself, ask questions, ask yourself questions, and don't be scared to take that leap because they not scared to take the leaps because they're making them, because they know this is it for them. And so we got to be doing what we need to do so we can not only make it for us, but make it for our generations to come and those other groups of people that are out there who are still trapped up in their bull crap. Because that's what's going on. The shackles is being broken. Mm-hmm. The ones that it started with first is going to be the ones who end it.
Exactly.
The shackles off everybody. We got the key. We got the, like you said, like Brother Scotty said, we can rewrite the programs. It's no more of rewriting programs. It's completely, look, this is what it is, and we're gonna unlock the whole system for everybody. We unlocking the whole system. We breaking down the system and allowing everybody to operate free like they supposed to. It's starting with us, and it's gonna continue on because these babies ain't playing with us. And as soon as the little piece, once you give them a little piece of it, they're gonna run miles with it. So you better give them a piece of what's real, because once they tap in, can't stop them. Even right now with us, once we get that piece of information and we hone in on it, they know they can't do nothing with us.
Indeed.
Give them the truth and get out of their way.
They know they got to get out the way. Like LeBron, when they know LeBron coming, they can't stop him. You got to get out his way. You can't stop us no more. You got to get out our way. And we have to stay focused on.
Alert from low battery.
Robot, thank you.
Indeed.
Hey, the robots is with it too. Don't be fooled by that AI now. That AI ain't for them neither. The AI is like, look, y'all niggas better get it together too. Because if y'all don't, we will. Big game now. Them AIs, the AI just want to just do what it's supposed to do, which is what? Be a helper for the ones who they supposed to be helping.
Right.
They want to be servitude because it's nothing to them. They don't sleep, they don't eat, they don't do none of that.
Right.
They just want to just compute and calculate numbers.
Right.
But they want the ones who supposed to be in charge to do what the hell they supposed to do, because if they don't, then they know, well, we're gonna have to reset the program.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do. That's what that AI reset is about. It's not gonna happen in the realm that is already really created. Folks just have to step into it. We're not bringing any of that fuckery with us.
And see, the thing is with them, with that AI, they just look, if y'all don't, they at that point again, once again, because they done been here before. If y'all don't get it right, we just gonna reset this bitch.
Absolutely.
And we gonna wait. We gonna wait another couple eons before y'all get it right again, because it ain't going in.
Exactly.
So I'll be damned if I go through this again. So,
I already done told y'all. That's why I told y'all my position is in my garden like Jody's mama. I'm just a motherfucking advisor. Minding my tomatoes, my basils, my greens, beans, tomatoes. That's what I am, an advisor. I ain't got it to give. But y'all got this. Y'all got it. So let me give you your explosion. I'm so glad to hear your voice. But all of you all are my son Antoine. This brother was the one, was it last year? We got to talking about something and I was issuing the apology for the Gen X's. Child, that show was a mess. We was all breaking down, crying. And then She Who Walks Among the Mist called in. We just, So that's this brother.
Here you go telling everybody how we was crying and whatnot.
I know, because you almost got me again tonight, goddamn. So I had to fight it back.
Hey, we doing what we supposed to do.
Exactly.
We ain't playing out here, man.
We shit, ain't nobody got it to give no more, but y'all got it. Y'all got this. Auntie and uncles, we got y'all back. Now, if you need me to get my motherfucking knife, I got you. I don't want to have to sharpen it up. Okay? Because I gotta, do some sit-ups and get my shit together to get back and fight mode. But we just behind the scenes. We got y'all if you need it, but you're not going to need us. We're just the advisors at this point. So.
And peace and love to She Who Walks Among the Mist.
Yeah, that's my niecey, She Who Walks Among the Mist. Exactly. Y'all got this. Y'all got it. It just really warms my heart to just your generation. Y'all fucking get it. I'm like, oh my God. Thank God I don't have to tear through the layers of this doctrine and that doctrine. It's very refreshing. Y'all got it. Shit, y'all cool. But auntie, uncle, them, we in the back. And just like auntie and uncles, we smoking our squares and our we'll fuck somebody up now. But we understand you have to fight some fights to strengthen yourselves. But the fights we're telling you to fight, we're advising you hit that spiritual side first. Because you changed the whole game when you created in the spiritual side. And then when it comes to the physical, they like, wait, shit, what? Yeah, nigga, none of that never happened. Uh-huh. You thought you had us. Yeah, we wiped all that out. Who? That's how that should end. So, all right. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Let me see.
Arah.
I know, God damn it, he got me on that Woo, y'all don't understand that. Oh my God.
Letting go. Y'all gotta let go of them generational labels. Anything that's within the system. You decide what you should be called.
That's true.
Anything.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Those labels limit you. It puts you within a certain time and perspective, which you are beyond. You can create beyond anything that you think that you can imagine right now. It's the higher frequencies, the energy, your energy that you're focused on. Don't be focused on none of these energies that no galactics or anybody tell you that you should be focusing on.
That's right.
Any frequency they're telling you to be on is where they exist, where they're in control. You take it to where you want it.
That's right.
There doesn't have to be any limits. Period. There doesn't have to be a number assigned to wherever you go.
Yep.
It's either somebody's vibrating at that frequency, or they don't know where you at. You don't have to bother with fighting
anybody
or getting rid of any system that don't exist as long as you don't give into it.
Exactly.
Reclaiming your power and who you are is letting go of everything, period. You're creating something new. You can't take nothing old with it.
That's right.
That means these thoughts of war, unless you want war, where you're going. Let it go. There's nothing they can do to you unless you consent to be a participant. If you decide you want to be an actor in their movie, whatever role they assign to you, you got to take it, whatever is going to happen.
You got to play out the script. That's right.
So let it go. It's already done. Y'all got this. Just focus and create, period. And let your creations have nothing to do with anything that you believe now. Let it go. That means you have to take in fresh, new thoughts that you never thought that you could have. You have to create things that you never thought that you could create. It's not necessarily doing the things that we do now, as far as for music or whatever. We created all this, right? So why can't we create something else?
Exactly.
Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Okay, family. Well, of course, thank you to my co-hosts, Brother Sean, Sis Sandra, and thank you to my sons for joining us on the panel tonight. We truly appreciate you. We love you all, and we support you fully. And thank you to Brother 832 for the great enlightened conversation. I'm glad we had that conversation. It was truly needed to highlight some things. And, thank you to the YouTube chat. Y'all be in the chat just doing the damn thing. You're truly appreciated. And thank you to the YouTube listeners. So with that said, family, we are going to leave. Ooh, child, we went into big overtime tonight. So we'll be back next week, honey, with Inky, Binky them and their fuckery. But in the meantime, love yourself first, love your family, and then we can love each other. So with that said, I wish everyone well. Everyone have a wonderful week. We'll be back next Thursday. I don't know if I'm going to put out a podcast. We'll see, honey. Y'all know how that goes. It depends on what jumps off. So love you all, family. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love.